Welcome, everyone. It's a real pleasure today as I have with me one of my favorite chess players and the legend himself, Shane Matthews. Welcome, Shane. Welcome to Monday Nights with PCI. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, and thank you for having me.
J thanks. So, Shane, I have been extremely interested in your career throughout the time, and it's no secret you are my favorite player, and one of the players that I believe can impart tremendous knowledge to this generation. Shane, first thing, what you drinking? Coffee or tea? Cause it's Blitz and coffee tonight, Shane.
Blitz and coffee.
Blitz
Well, it's
and
coffee
coffee
for
for
me,
you.
I think both coffee and tea, but coffee is a daily routine for me in the mornings and sometimes a cup in the early afternoons. Otherwise, if I do it too late, I ain't gonna sleep in the night.
So we have to relieve you early today then, Shane. So Shane, one the most pressing question for me, Shane, and I've wondered this from when I was a child. What's your motivation? How can somebody play chess for 30 going on 40 years? Actually it's 40 I think, Shane. So talk to me.
Border than 40. Border than 40 years.
Talk to me, Shane. How do you do it?
Jomo, I tell you, you first thing, you can't do it if you don't have a love for the game. If you don't love the sport, whatever it is you're involved in, then it's going to be really an uphill battle. And you're going to really have almost zero motivation to proceed. So, my children, for example, I taught them the game, but the interest just was not there. So there's no way it made sense for me to even force it upon them.
Okay.
You know. But for me personally, I mean, when I got introduced to the game, man, I tell you, it was like magnet and steel.
So
Yeah.
let's tell me what age were you introduced to the game, because I'm seeing some fantastic players at 8 years old, 6 years old, some wonder kids. What age did you start?
Yes, and that's a very good point because I started late in chess by today's standard. And when I said I started late, I actually learned the game when I was 8 years old. Now you may say that, well, that's not late, but
That's three
that
years before,
was
2 years before me. So
yes, but that was it. It was what just a family hobby at the time. I never played tournament chess until I was age 16, 8 years
oh
later.
wow.
Yeah,
Age
so it was
16.
just a
What year
family
was
game.
that? What year was age 16, Shane?
1981.
And that's fantastic because I know when you started achieving. So within three
Hmm.
years of starting, you actually achieved the biggest accomplishment in Jamaica. Wow, wow, wow. That
Hmm.
is amazing. So Shane, you
Yes.
started at 8. How come you didn't play
Yes.
until 16?
Okay, well, as I said, it was just a family game, and I'll give you a little bit more details.
Yeah,
It
please
was
do.
my oldest brother who had learned the game whilst he was studying at St. Augustine in Trinidad. Um, and I will just chip in that it was Michael Ramsey.
The
Michael
great
Ramsey,
Michael Ramsey.
Dr. Zachary Ramsey's father, who taught my brother because they were both attending university at the same time.
And
So that is
this
how.
brother is Sid?
No,
Which
no,
one?
no,
Because
an
when I
older
came
brother.
into chess, you were away, so I knew Sid. Which brother was this,
Yes.
Shane?
This is an older brother, Derek, who is now residing in Canada. So he learned the game whilst attending UWI from Michael Ramsey. Came back and showed us the game, and of course, my father, being an engineer like my brother and myself, you know, had an affection for the game immediately, and so he had to just go out, bought one of these wooden sets, the one that folds, and it has the big plastic and metal pieces inside. And he bought a book, a teach yourself series, teach yourself chess by Gerald Abrahams, and that was it. It became a family pastime. My three brothers and myself all played, in addition to my father, and I had a sister who also played.
Wow. So it was a complete pastime. I know the Palmers and more recently now the Christies have brothers who play. The Palmers was the family that I knew about and I grew up with Ryan
Yes.
and Adrian, both tremendous players, and I went away with Maria. But you're telling me that you grew up, and the Lawns, can never forget the Lawns.
Of course, the Lawns, yes.
They are the chess family.
Big playing family, yes.
But
From the father right down.
So you're telling me that there's a Matthews family. How many of you
Yes.
played tournaments? Because I know you and Sid. Did the others play?
Yes. Well, my eldest brother, when he left Trinidad, he had a brief stay in Jamaica here, and he played only one event, I think, and it was in the business house, and my sister as well. So they have a rating, but they played less than maybe half a dozen games. No, so maybe about 2 or 3 games.
It was really you and Sid.
So it was really Sid, myself, and my dad. Because my dad used to show up in tournaments as well.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
No, that
yes.
must have been a fantastic feeling playing alongside your brother and your father.
Oh yes, very much so.
So you learned at 8. Your first tournament was 16. That's 8 years between. How comes you didn't play before? What got you to play that first tournament?
Okay, well, let me see how best I can recall this now. It was my father. He had some players at the company where he used to work, and they had got in touch with the Jamaica Chess Federation, and there was an event being held at Taylor Hall at UWI at the time, and this would have been in early 1981. And Sid went with my dad and myself to play. And it was when I went there that we met up with the likes of one Mr. Enos Grant. And of course, conversation evolved, and I had interest in junior chess because I was the only one who was under 20 to participate in a junior event later on, which was to select a team to go on to represent Jamaica later on in the year. So the event there that I went to look at Taylor Hall was also very interesting because, I saw these gentlemen like Robert Wheeler, Michael Diedrich, Dr. Harold Chan. I met John Powell and I think Orrington Singh. They were all there because it was actually a national championships going on.
So the first tournament you went to had a national championship in.
Yes,
you're destined to be the legend. You are, man.
But I tell you, it was awesome for me, because going there, I didn't know who these players were, but obviously they were playing at a much higher level than we ever knew was here in Jamaica, And so Mr. Grant told my dad about this junior event that was going to be held to select a team of juniors to represent the country later on. And so it took off from there because I did eventually go to that tournament. This could have been around May of 1981. Yes, about April or May. And funny enough, all of the island's top juniors came out. Man, I tell you, I never knew that chess was big like this. Just coming out of the family environment. So this was a real eye opener for me. And of course, being my first tournament. And I tell you, the whole environment, Mr. Grant was there. He's at the chalkboard because back then, the computer and Swiss programs and all of that never existed. So he's doing up the big spreadsheet on the board with all of the participants, doing up the cross table and doing the pairings by hand, of course. Um, Also there assisting him, of course, was John Powell, and all of the top juniors were there just talking and just waiting for the games to kick off. And at that time, you had Conrad Grant, Michael Seaver, Robert Suho, Anthony Stevenson,
Wow,
Kevin Brown, Paul, all
these are
those
some
names,
serious
juniors at
names,
the time.
Shane. This is walking me down memory lane, and I see Terence shouting out the magician, and as you call Siva's name, I know Terence is getting all excited because that was Terence time. So,
Yes,
boy, wow,
yes.
wow, wow. Let me ask you this as I see the magician being written. I see a couple people saying magician. I'm curious, who gave you the name magician? And it's just something that stuck. So, how comes the
Yes.
magician?
I tell you something. Of course, one of the most famous magicians at the time was, of course, Houdini. You know, and of
Ah,
course, Houdini was the magician who would often get himself out of seemingly impossible tough situations. He had Houdini. One of Houdini's main act was being chained up and being locked up in a box and being thrown in the water. So and of course being able to escape. So he's a great escape artist. But a long story short, it was Freddie Cameron who coined the name. Fred Cameron gave me that name, and I'll tell you why. Because in comparison to Houdini, the great magician, I was often on the worst side of the board in most of my games because really I wasn't one of those persons who studied chess and understood much about openings. I was a E4 E5 player and just playing basic opening moves, and I would get into what you'd consider inferior positions. But then this is where my strength was, where there's a real fight in a middle game where you're going to have to find moves to escape out of this difficult position and see what you can do. And it was from that point that I just got Freddie Cameron just called me the name the magician.
boy, and
Almost.
I have felt that end of
Oh, I
that
tell you.
magic. Why? I have felt the end of that magic, and it is a well earned and still very relevant name. Very, very relevant name.
Oh
The
boy,
great
I tell you.
magician. Trust me, the great magician. So,
Hmm.
guys, and the chat, remember you can ask questions. But before that, the program is Mondays with PCI, Blitz and Coffee. And Shane already showed you that I'm drinking the coffee. I've taken a couple sips. But we want to play our first couple Blitz. And I will open it to the spectators in a little while. But the first two
Hmm.
are going to be two very special youngsters. 8-year-old from Jamaica. So I sent you the username, Shane, and a 9-year-old from Bahamas. So PCI is Caribbean wide, and the whole thing of this program is to pass on the knowledge to the next generation, to let them understand and learn from the legends of chess. And who better to start this program off with than the magician himself, Jamaica's legend, Shane Matthews. So Shane,
Hmm.
have you seen
You
it?
want me to
So challenge,
set the
challenge,
challenge
champ.
now?
Yeah. So challenge, champ.
Okay, let me catch that.
So if he's on, sell him the challenge. And this is at 3-2, Shane.
Oh, 3-2.
Yeah, what were you going to do? 5-3?
No, it's okay. 3-2 is fine.
Yeah, man.
ChessChamp. Okay, I'm searching. Let me check that challenge.
JJ.
Yeah.
And Shane commentate through that we all can hear what goes through the mind of the legend.
Okay. All right, casual, standard, time control, real time, 3 and 2. Okay. All right, I've sent it.
All right, and here we go. So your turn, Shane. You're up.
ChessChamp. Please take it easy on me. I'm an old guy. I'm an OG. Okay, E4, Fisher's favorite, man. All right, a French defense. I'll play nice E3. I sometimes, of course, use the Tarash. Okay.
So ChessChamp is Ronak. Shergill, guys, for the chap. ChessChamp is Ronak, or under 10 champion. So Shane will be playing the under 10 champion of Jamaica and the under 10 champion of Bahamas. So we're seeing that he's attacking your center, Shane. These young boys don't play no, man. He wants your blood.
I know. Oh, he thinks he's winning a night. Okay.
Alright, and that's just...
These guys are sharp, man.
Yeah, man. These guys are sharp, boy. They're sharp. Alright, in the chat, if you're asking a question, just put it in caps that it can stand out for me. So, Shiraz, after the 2 games, we'll take that question.
Oh. Okay, he made up terrible move there.
That's a blunder. You can't make those moves on the magician, Ronak. He's the magician for a reason. He is the magician.
Okay. Alright, we want to open up his king and make this game much quicker than... Let's just castle. If he plays c4, I still have d5. Get to his king.
Sinboy, we will be sending out different challenges in the chat, and whoever gets it gets the right to earn Shane. So I hope you know your general knowledge on Shane.
Do I play dc5 or d5? It's a dark square bishop who's defending.
I remember the chat, please put it in caps because I see 2 questions, but it's hard to pick them out and state them. But so if you put it all in caps, it will stand out for me.
No hurry to exchange on c5 and have his development. Pressure on the e6 square. Yeah, I'm sorry he blundered the screen. It would have been it's spoiled the game, but nonetheless.
Later on, he may get another chance, Shane. And remember, it's an 8-year-old, so he has years coming for you. Years upon years coming for you.
I'm actually worried already. I know, because Joe, I tell you, when I was 16, I was thrilled to be paired against the likes of John Powell and Bob Wheeler, you know. And I can imagine it's the same for these youngsters when they're playing against us, you know.
Yeah. So when I was about 14, we had a hit list. So myself, Gibbs, Palmer, Porter, we had a hit list. And we went about trying to take out every senior one at a time and hold it there too. Because that hit list had to go down. It just had to go down. And I was the youngest of the lot. So I was like 13, I think it was, when we started that hit list, myself and Ryan. And just tried to take everybody out.
Oh man, Ryan, yes, Ryan.
Yeah.
I think Ryan plays. He played in the last two Red Scorpion events.
Oh wow!
Yeah, of
I
course.
didn't
Yeah,
know
would be
that.
7 minutes win now. Yeah. Is there a faster way to give mate than taking the bishop? Queen here. I just did this. He's gonna block with c5, so we don't want him to block with c5. We don't want the bishop to block at c5. Alright, that's amazing too, yeah?
Alright, well done, Ronak. And that's our under 10 champion. Sorry you blundered the queen, but let's hold on.
Yeah.
We may get another game. So that's the first matchup, Shane. Do the second challenge for me.
Oh, somebody sent it. DarkPanda?
No. That DarkPanda, not your time as a DarkPanda. I sent it to you.
Okay.
You're on the 10s first.
Yes.
DarkPanda.
Okay.
You're not 10 years old.
Alright, I'm going. Oh, yes, I have it here. Maxthemaster.
Yeah.
Maxthemaster. Alright, let me get him here. Yeah, man, Jomo, I tell you, at the time, and in that first tournament, that first junior event that I got the invite to from Enos Grant. In addition to the top juniors, apparently we had an odd number players participating, and so John Powell decided to enter one of these small portable
computers.
Computers.
I came and saw that computer.
Yes, Boris 2.5. And Boris 2.5 was entered just because it was an odd number of amount of players, and it didn't want any defaults. And of course, John knew that this computer was fairly strong in comparison to oh boy, I just entered the I have the challenger. Yes, and the computer just went through everybody in the first 3 rounds. It beat Mr. Grant's son, Conrad Grant, who, apart from Donald Burgess, who was at KC, Conrad Grant was the next second highest rated junior. It beat Siva and it beat somebody else.
I can tell you that when I came into ChessChamp, that computer was still around. It used to play ladder. The computer used to play ladder, Shane. When
but Jomo, at that point after 3 rounds, I was second behind the computer on 2.5, and the computer had 3 out of 3. So I got paired against Boris 2.5 in the last round, and of course it was none other than John Powell who was operating the program.
Okay.
So I sat down to play, and I'm playing black, and we're having a nice game going, And I tell you something, Jomo, of course, I was a bit intimidated because it's my very first tournament, and here I am, a 16-year-old, playing against Boris 2.5 with this big national master sitting down in front of me. But anyway, the game goes on, and I tell you something, Jomo, the game went right down to a draw position. When I say a draw position, you don't get anything more of a draw position than king versus king.
And it played on?
The computer played, not only the computer played on, but John Powell insisted to continue making moves with the white king. so John Powell made about 2 or 3 moves with the white king. I continued to move with the black king because I didn't know what to do, about offering draws. And then I saw John Powell stick out his hand. Draw.
Boy, Shane, these youngsters, they develop them, take the center. Man, push E5 on your man.
Yes.
Jamaica, I think of that. Thanks for the follow and much respected. But these young boys not playing, man. They're not playing.
No, sir, they are very aggressive, and I like that. This is how chess. This is how I like to see chess played, eh?
Well, you saw one of the nominations for Game of the Week, and it's from one of them. So, yeah, you see the sort of chess these youngsters playing.
Yeah, man, nice man.
And for Game of the Week,
course,
guys, yeah, sorry, Shane.
No, man. Of course, I'm playing my favorite response to E4. This is still on defense. It's an opening that, man, when I learned this opening, again, when we had some training sessions with the likes of John and Enos and Orrington Singh in preparation for the tournament that I eventually qualified for. And so we got introduced to the Kings in defense and so on. And when I learned this Nadoff, man, I started playing this. I mean, I played nothing but a Nadoff at the time.
So I learned the Nadoff Shane when I was 12 and I was in Puerto Rico. And I used to play just the modern at that time. And I'm playing my modern and I get beat up one time. I get beat up a second time. Heading to go get beat up a third time, and my next door neighbor was Daniel King, Grandmaster King. And Grandmaster King stops me and says, "Young boy, you can't lose like that today. I'm going to teach you opening." And that's how I got to learn the Nadoff. He sat me down outside, Barber the Killer, thanks for the follow. He sat me down outside my hotel room at that time at 12 and taught me the Nadoff. And I was fascinated because I only played the modern at the time. I started the Alekhine and then I went to the modern. So I didn't know anything about the Sicilian at that time. And I ended up winning my game. So because of that, Grandmaster King was one of my favorite people. And he still knows it. When I see him at Olympiad, I still thank him for that first international win. Because it just wasn't coming.
Yes. Man, I fell in love with the Sicilian defense. And then after learning the Nadoff, of course, I now decided to do a little research and started playing other systems. Of course, I started playing the Paulson, otherwise known as the can, the Sicilian can. But these systems I just started to experiment with, and I had started turning in very good results. And just took off from there.
Because I knew you more as I was more afraid of your can than your Nadoff, if I tell you the truth, because the can allowed your creativity, that it was difficult to control that creativity, man. And then you just switch it up in the middle and go into a 7 engine. Just in the middle of the can and you go, oh, that boy Shane, that boy the magician.
Well, that's the thing I liked about it too, because the systems were also flexible. One of the things that distinct the Chevy from the Nadoff is what is it that Black does with his E5 pawn. Yeah. So pushing it to E5 as most in some Sicilian Nadoff positions, but in 7 engine positions, it's more than likely going all the way to just E6.
Shane, these 9-year-olds in Shane. I told Bahamas that they have a significant future with this 9-year-old. They haven't produced an IM as yet. And this 9-year-old Bahamas, this 9-year-old is something impressive. He's something impressive.
Yeah. Just some commission in the game here. Of course, I could have won the pawn on D3. But it would have given White a lot of counterplay because he would have the D6 square and he would also have the X-ray on the BB7.
Yeah.
So the point is that one of the things in chess is that when your opponent has a weakness, it's always going to be a focus point for you. You just have to make sure and contain his potential activity.
What's impressive here, and I'm sorry, maybe going forward I'll let the 10-year-olds play 5-3 on you, is that he isn't backing down. He's not looking to defend his weaknesses. He has been prying at your weakness, telling you to take that pawn and then trying to get counterplay. Rook c1, counterplay on c5. Before that, knight d6, counterplay that way. And he's just not easy enough.
That's right. Now I'm trying to see if I can get a tactic here with the pin. If he fall, I don't think he's going to fall for knight on b4.
The problem,
yeah,
but the problem is no time. He has 18 seconds, no time. He's just going to play off intuition now.
Yeah, he should have played rook c1 here.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Boy's seen something, Shane.
Yes,
boy's not curling up with 18 seconds, Shane. Oh, this little boy.
He's doing well, he's doing well. Yeah, I actually had e5 before, but it's okay.
I think he might have had something with queen across and attacking f7 is what I think he saw. Oh, this little boy. Bahamas has a future, Shane.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, this is a 9-year-old.
Don't take h7. Don't take h7. Don't take h7. Yes, I'm impressed, Jomo. I am impressed. Whoops. Let's play here. Good. I'm going to give him that exchange.
Question, will he take it? I hope he found knight b7, knight a5, Shane. He missed that.
Yes, which is what he probably should have played.
Yeah.
Let's take the time out and defend that. How old is he? 10?
9.
No, oh my God.
He reminds me of you, Shane.
I think I'm retiring at the right time.
He reminds me of you. He's an attacker who converts into an endgame in the middle of his attack. Once he spots the winning endgame, he just throws his attack away and goes for the winning endgame. He genuinely reminds me of you.
Yes, it's a highlight of maturity when you can abandon. It's not all about attack. Players have to recognize that at some point, it's going to be about to convert, and the transition from an end game into from a middle game into an winning end game is what you have to be able to do. But he's done well. He's done well. Yeah.
And he's running it down, but it can't be caught.
No retreat, no surrender. No retreat, no surrender.
There's no bolt here, man.
Oh boy.
I am really impressed.
I'm going to do something here, Joe. I'm going to give up the queen and take a bishop, and conduct a bishop and knight mate.
Alright, let's learn from the magician. He doesn't want.
He doesn't want the queen.
He doesn't want the queen. He said that you're not going to do it. He said to you, check
he doesn't want the
correct way. No.
Alright, well, I'll just checkmate then.
Right. He said checkmate it the correct way. He said, no, lesson on me to the shade.
I tried giving him the queen twice, but okay.
Yeah, he says, no, you're not doing it. Well done, well done. Ronak and Max.
Yes, I'm impressed.
Yeah, you guys are the future of your respective countries, and I'm really proud of you. So Shane, before we go into the first, well, we have a couple questions, and then I want you to conduct the first game of your favorite games. But here's a question for the third game. What was the year that Shane Matthews first won the Jamaican National Championship? Let's see who types it in first. Alright, still waiting, not seeing it there. Alright, so no, off a little, that would have gotten you first, the Blitz game. So no again, off a little. These guys need to do the research, Shane. They need to do the research.
Okay.
No, Baptiste. Almost there, Sir Lindo. Alright, 2 more tries. If not, the closest person to it going to get the game. Oh, hold on, Sprint Boy, 27, that's it. So whoever is Sprint Boy 27, type your
Spring
lead.
by the answer.
Yeah, type your lead chess handle, your name and lead chess handle.
What year was it? 1936?
1984. So the first, so it's amazing. Shane played his first tournament in 1981 and was national champion in 1984. So Sprint Boy, we need your lead chess handle that Shane can challenge it to a 3-2. So just type your lead chess handle into the chat that I can tell Shane. Alright. Haha. So it's Krish Khemlani, FreshAvocado 07. So I type it to you, Shane, and you send the challenge to Krish.
Okay.
So FreshAvocado 07. So let me type it to you.
Yeah, man, send it to me and I'll challenge.
And just reminding you that next week, Monday, we'll have FIDE Master, another legend, Warren Elliott. So we'll have Warren next week. Lindo making it clear that JC old boy. Alright, so this is the final blitz before we answer a couple questions and look on Shane's favorite game. And Shane, one of the things that struck me about your favorite game is that it went all the way to an ending. I thought it would have been swashbuckling and neat, but in such a typical style.
But it was.
But not to me.
It was swashbuckling, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
So
and again, two of the greatest at the time.
Yeah, it was.
All right, I'm searching for. I hope they have this. Is it
FreshAvocado like pear?
Oh, okay. So, I see. Yeah, I think you.
Sorry,
okay,
I typed it right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I typed it as I saw it, is it?
Yeah,
all right,
yeah,
fresh.
Yeah. So FreshAvocado.
All right, I should have it here now. 07.
They're asking if you have another audio on at home because you're echoing a little.
Yes, actually I do. Because I think all right, let me take this. Let me turn off this mic because I have on a mic with the camera as well. And let's see. All right. Is that any better?
So guys in the chat, you have to tell me if it's better. Sir Lindo, tell me if it's better. Okay, you send the challenge out?
I'm just about to. But is the mic better there now? Because I turned off this mic because I'm using the mic on the cam. No?
Alright, I don't get the feedback yet, so just play.
Alright, well, but I would still like to comment, but you're hearing me though.
No man, everybody hearing you, don't worry. Just comment.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna send the challenge. 3-2 challenge. Okay. Yes, and while you're talking about my first nationals, the previous year was also a big year for both Orin Tonsing and myself, you know, because after 1981, Patrick Eubank was the last national master title that was to be awarded, and both Orin Tonsing and myself were doing well. Orin had won the nationals in 1982, yeah,
okay.
And then of course also I had represented at my first Olympiad later that year as well in 1982, and my rating shot up to just below 2200. So Orin and myself, we were like the next big thing, you know, and we were both awarded the NM titles later that year, 1983.
So Shane, I just got a picture and I'll send it to you of Max's face because he's all upset because he thought he beat you. So I just got a picture from his dad basically crying that he didn't beat you. And that's how you know a champion. That's how you know he's a champion. Just like that.
When losses get you upset like that, believe you me, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I
because
always tell
losing
parents if they
hurts.
cry,
So he's not going to be doing it that much anymore.
yeah, if they cry, be happy. It means they have a passion and they're going to go far. I've always told parents that. So Max, sorry, you're one of my favorite players right now, but next time you have to catch him. Next time, not this time. Next time.
There will be a next time. Yes, yes. Yeah, but back to 83, and the national championships in that year was also to be my homecoming, so to speak, because I was now to establish myself as one of the top players in Jamaica.
Okay.
And the 1983 championships, man, all of the big guns turned out because returning to the island at the time was one Neal Fairclough.
Okay.
There was Dr. Harold Chan still playing and kicking butt. There was Bob Wheeler, who was still the island's number one player. And of course, John Powell, Orrington Singh, the usual suspects, and myself. And I tell you, man, this was going to be something. I don't want to do that. This was going to be something. And I tell you, I played with just to do my best. And Jomo, I was leading the tournament right down to the last round. Right down to the last round, I was leading. I actually had a half-point lead over the artful dealer.
The great man himself. The great man himself.
It goes much further than that. I was to play Wheeler in the last round.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I'm leading in my half point and I'm getting paired against Wheeler.
This is what
So, a draw means nothing to him. A draw means absolutely nothing to him. So, this was now a do or die situation for him.
Mm-hmm.
So all I needed was a draw. I was playing black. And I went to the board feeling that, well, I think I'm good enough to hold Bob Wheeler to a draw. So I come now preparing to play against, his typical D4 opening,
Mm-hmm.
Bob comes in, sits down, and plays one F4. And as I told you about my chess, I'm a young up and coming player. F4 just got me off of my game one time, and I never recovered. Believe you me, I never recovered.
So I have two stories for you, Shane, from what you said, and one is for Max. I think the person who made me cry the first in chess was actually Neal Fairclough. So the first time I cried in chess, I was 13 years old. 13, I think it was. And no, 14. And I played my first national championship at 14. And it had Powell, Kevin Brown, Tong Singh, Neal Fairclough, all of those greats. And I'm the little 14-year-old boy playing it. And I am playing Neal. And in my head, I am beating Neal. And I'm playing. And all of a sudden I hear Neal say flag. And it's that time when you have the big, the wooden clock. And I looked before and I saw a time, but that time is not digital, so you can't judge the time properly. And the whole time after the clock, I say no, it have to be defective because I saw the flag. And for guys young guys, there was literally a flag that rose up and fell down. So you actually had to look under it and judge how much time you had based off how high that flag went. And at times the flag had been held up by a tip and you have to judge it. So I judged and I'm like, no, my flag couldn't fall. And they're like, no, your flag dropped. And this is a completely equal position with me attacking on Neal. And I'm 14 and Neal looks at me at that time and says, young man, you're going to be a great player. But to me, it was no consolation. I lose. And I am balling.
Of course. You're going to be very upset, yes.
Yeah, I was surprised because I had heard about this Neal Fairclough. I heard about you. I heard about Neal. I remember I came up without you guys playing. So
Uh-huh.
I was crying down the place because in my head I let go Neal Fairclough, the great man, and a ball the day nothing could have consoled me. A ball, everybody passing me a ball and picks up that to me. So that's how you know you're great, boy. Second story is about the Artful Dealer. So again, I'm
Mhm.
in second form, and they had Marcus Garvey International, and I just started playing. I really didn't
Yes.
understand chess to that, but they have this tournament down by Neutral Life. So I begged my father
Mhm.
to drop me. Think actually walk one or two times, and went to watch the game. Now what hooked me was the same Artful Dealer. Ooh, Shane,
Oh, I did
ooh.
achieve, but yeah, I had to play Rook
Yeah,
C2, of
yeah, but
course.
7 seconds, 7 seconds.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard for him
Oh,
to yeah.
so Shane, we go home and go, and I see this man who plays one knight c3, Shane. One knight, one knight c3, and my book tells me e4 or d4. And I had this little book that I pick up in the pharmacy that had all of this thing, and I was studying the Kali opening outside, which was d4, and I saw all these e4. Well done, Krish. Good fight all the way to the end.
Yes, good fight, good fight.
Extremely good fight. And I go and I see this man play one knight c3 and win. So I just knew him as the Night C3 man. I didn't know his name was Wheeler, I didn't know Bob, I didn't know nothing like this. As a little
Mm-hmm.
boy, all I know was I was leaving Campion every day to go see the one Night C3 man. And I left
Mm-hmm.
every day, and I went and I watched every single game. As yeah, I think I was 12 or 13, every single game because
Yeah.
this man played one Night C3. And it's amazing.
I've played against this one night C3 already too. Yeah, Bob
So
was that kind
Shane,
of a player.
I have two questions. I have two
Mm-hmm.
questions. So the first one, I'll actually do the second one first. So this is
The
from
second one
Bruce.
first. Sound
Yeah.
like a chess player.
So this is from Bruce. And Bruce is asking, as an Excelsior past student, did you usually skip maths class and play chess too? Because it sounds like that's what Bruce did. So did you skip class
Bruce,
and play chess too?
Bruce, nah, not maths. I would skip English, not maths. I would skip English and history,
So
but not
Bruce,
maths.
yeah,
Yeah.
he loved maths and skip English and history. Alright, and
Yeah.
second question comes
Never
from the
maths.
national champion. And he's asking what material, what chess book had the biggest impact on your chess development? So guys, keep the questions
Ah,
coming and put them in caps that I can know. Alright, so which book?
okay. Very good question. Well, ultimately, I would have to say that same very book I made reference to first and foremost. Why? Because
So
for the
say it again, a number
first,
of people came on after you
yes,
mentioned it first. So tell them
yes,
again.
this was Teach Yourself Chess by Gerald Abrahams. No, it's not a book that is going to really help your development by today's standard. But it was the only book that I had at that point in time. And I devoured that book several times over. And of course, the book was so old that it was making reference to some of the games of the old masters. I'm talking about Steinitz, Alekin, Capablanca, and the likes, Paul Murphy. So a lot of the reference to their games, Tarkov, Nimzovich, and so forth. But the book was really organized in such a way of how it teaches chess. Just like how we divide chess, end game, middle game, openings. The book tackled to teach the game in that spirit as well. End games, middle games, and it selected out various positions of those games of those masters, specific games, and it was very helpful. So at that time, as a young junior, it was very good. But later on, as my chess developed, which wasn't too long after, as I said, I won my first tournament, which was of course as a junior, which was the Open Junior later that year, 1981, when I just started.
Oh, nice.
Yes, and the prizes were normally a trophy and books. It wasn't cash, so it was trophy, medal, and books. And I mean, between Enos Grant and John Powell, I mean, they had thousands, and I'm not exaggerating. They had thousands of chess material available that could be used as prizes on a given day. I mean, they had a library of chess material. You think Ian Wilkinson has a chess library? Those two gentlemen, Enos Grant and John Powell, had books and thousands of books on shelves.
Shane,
But anyway,
what Gibbs used to do, because we didn't have books, what Gibbs used to do was ask me to go down there and I carried an exercise book and I wrote out the ECO. And then he'd borrow the books from me in order to learn. In order to learn.
Yes.
So Warren,
Yes.
we're racing. I know Skylar have a head start, but under 10 champion, we were racing, Warren, we're racing.
Yes, but then when I won this Open Junior event, and as I said, that was my first tournament victory. Although I could count the second place behind Boris as a victory as well. But anyway, I selected none other than Bobby Fischer's My 60 Memorable Games, and that was a book that was. Let me put it this way: that book catch me at the right time. Because I spoke to you earlier about the teachings of Enos and John and so forth, and learning the King's Indian and the Nadoff. And of course, Bobby Fischer was an expert at those openings. Yeah? And so you could see that when I got this book, My 60 Memorable Games, it was just at the right time, because there it was that I had games of the former world champion and who a lot of us still consider to be one of the greatest chess players. I mean, at that time, I took Bob Fischer as being the greatest ever. Not so now, and we'll talk about that. But the material was very influential at that point in time. So I would have to say that at that point in time, that book was a significant turning point in my chess development. You know, in terms of the impact it had on my chess at that point in time. Because thereafter, the informants was the way to go. You know, because we still didn't have chess base around and so forth. So you try to get the latest games and the latest openings and chess informants.
I just sent that book to the two players that I think most play like you. I actually asked somebody to get the book. So the two players, they know themselves and they'll probably announce themselves soon. I sent it to the two players that in my mind play the most like you, Shane. So Shane has said it. That is what has inspired him. That is what has impacted him the most. So two young players, you should see that in a little while. All right, Shane.
Yes.
So I have here, I'd asked Shane guys to choose his two games that actually were his favorite games. And if I'm being honest, I have a different one. So he'll go through his two, and then I'll explain mine to you, and then I'll ask him to go through it, because this game had a tremendous impact on me as a player. So first we'll go through Shane Matthews against Grandmaster Barsov. So Shane, can you take us through that game?
Okay. All right. I'll just give a little talk about what led up to this game here. This was, of course, a matchup between Jamaica and the team of Uzbekistan. Now we know Uzbekistan is a team of several strong grandmasters. And of course, at the time, I think, I'm not sure if Barsov was the #1 player. It could have been. But I think, what's the other strong player from Uzbekistan, former FIDE world champion?
Kazi guy.
Kazim Zad, I'm trying to remember his name. The Kazi guy, but yeah. So Uzbekistan was, of course, the favorite And I am playing the white pieces against Barsov, who deploys the French defense. Let's just play the first two moves here. And of course, in Fisher style, I'm still playing my favorite pawn to king 4, despite this. Right, Shreyas? So, I'm sure Shreyas is in the chat.
Shreyas is in the chat going wild, man. And I hope Jaden is in the chat, because this game, Jaden will learn a thing or two from this game.
Okay. Alright, I'll try to do as much commentary as possible here. So I decided in this game here to play the Tarrasch.
Alright guys, so again, hold on one section. Again, for me to pick up the questions, you have to put it in full caps, that it stands out for me. So I see a couple of them. So learning process, you did it well. So I see yours and I'll capture yours. But there are others there that will just go by with the chat. So please put it in all caps that I can see it and it will stand out in the chat. Okay? Alright, so Shane?
Okay. Alright, so here I decided to employ the Tarrasch. Now I've played several other third moves here for white. Of course, I've used knight c3. That's very common, and I would say a sharper system against the French. And I've also employed the advance successfully as well, I'd say. And this is playing with the principle of having a pawn at e5 and the long pawn chain. Of course, it's a totally different game at that point in time. So I opted for the Tarrasch defense, Tarrasch version. Not much explanation here. c5, of course, also possible is knight f6, and of course knight c6 is also a sideline. But Grandmaster Barsov plays c5. Now here I have a few options. Normally though, white takes, and then black responds with capturing here, knight f3. So here white is offering temporarily the d4 pawn. He captures, and now bishop c4. qd6, and I opted to castle here. I played this system against international master Delay Warner from Barbados. And I also have, there's another line that white could go for, which includes knight b3 with queenside castle in mind to win the d4 pawn and have an attack against the black king. That's a much sharper line. This is a bit more positional approach. Yeah, so castle. Black can't really hold on to the d4 pawn in this position because, of course, if e5, white can always capture the e5 immediately because of the pin against the black king. If you want to see that, and white is winning here. So castle, knight f6, and now knight to b3 to capture the pawn back at d4. Okay. In this position, the Grandmaster decides that he's going to try to just outplay me in an endgame. Queen d4, knight d4. The position here really is just about equal, although white can claim just a slight, small edge. Reason being, this bishop is still behind the pawn, and of course the pawn majority on the queen side. But it's not a winning advantage, just a small edge. Bishop d7, and here bishop f4. So I've just developed my bishops to the utmost squares, connected rooks, and now I'm prepared to play my rooks on the open files, and we're going to have an endgame. So not much happening here. Not much explanation is needed here at this point. So black has done the same. His rooks are connected and he places rooks on both open files. I've centralized my bishop, and we're going to see a little bit of shuffling around until black is now going to try to press for some exchanges to something a little bit favorable for him in the end game. And we're going to see exactly how he does this. I'm not going to allow black to take my bishop for a knight because I don't want to play against the grandmaster a bishop with him having a bishop here. So I'm trying to hold on and keep my small edge in terms of the queen side pawn majority. So bishop to g3 and now knight d6. Very active. The grandmaster's playing knight d6 because he's looking at position his knight to possibly c4 with some pressure on the c file, and he's going to see if he can swap his one weak piece, which is the bishop at e8.
Why is that bishop weak, Shane? So explain to them why you think that bishop.
Well, if you look at the position here, his rooks are quite active. His bishop at c5 is well placed. His knight at d6 is well placed. The only piece that is not well positioned at the moment is the bishop at e8. And of course, my bishop at b3 is playing a very aggressive role and defensive role because he wants to take some action on the c file against the c2 pawn. So with my bishop here at d3 is basically hindering any ideas along those lines. And so it would be a good exchange.
Yeah, so basically, Shane, I always tell my PCI students every piece have to work. And basically what you're saying is that the bishop on e8 not working. So guys, every piece must work. The bishop on e8 isn't working. So for international master Shane Matthews, that means that it's a bad piece. Right, Shane?
Correct. And I don't remember which famous person said it, but was it Capablanca? I'm not sure. If they said if you had one bad piece in your position, then your game overall is bad.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I foresee what is happening here, and of course I have to defend the knight at d4. So I choose to play c3. Now I played c3, and one could argue that, well, right now black can give white an isolated pawn at d4, but this is how chess is. It's about imbalancing and you give and take. So if black wants to give white an isolated pawn at d4, he is essentially also giving white a bishop here advantage. And of course, with dynamic play, with a possible d5 and opening the position, and an open game with the bishop here is going to be a big plus for white. So he's contemplating doing that, but if he's going to do that, he has to get something back for it as well. And he has to nullify that bishop here. So he goes for that idea, bishop takes, I play rook takes, pawn takes, and now we see what the GM intends to do, bishop c6. So he's now going to play bishop to d5 and swap the bishop. So white can no longer claim the advantage of a bishop here. Okay, I said fine. One of the things that I've learned in my studies of endgame is that normally on an open board, a bishop is better than a knight. Generally, right? Of course, there are specific positions, but typically a knight is only better in a cramped position, or where the center is kind of blocked. So I didn't foresee black having any significant advantages here. So I said, okay, I want to retain my bishop here, but I'm going to play active. I see him challenging with bishop to d5. I have to be in a position to challenge the c file, because when he swaps, when the last pair bishops are off, the real threat of the position is the penetration of the black rook to c2. So I have to prepare to counter that. Now I could play the immediate rook c1, but I decided to play it another way. I went for bishop f4. That way, when he plays this move, I can swap, he swaps, and now I challenge. Of course, yeah, the bishop is hanging here, but then he has to do something about the rook c8. And he has nothing better than to take, because then I would win the c file, and white would be actually better. So rook c1, bishop c1. And so in this position, black is now slightly better. Yes, I just mentioned that in my opinion, a bishop on an opening board is usually better. But the thing about it is that black has the potential of landing his king right on the d5 square. And in a nutshell, it is white who would have to be on the defensive. But again, another famous person would have told you that even a bad bishop is better than a knight. Jamaica, you recall hearing something like that?
Yes.
I don't remember who said that. But anyway, so it's an end game, and we have to now get our kings active. King f8, king e2, king e2, king d6, king d3, d5. What is black doing? He's basically cutting away the squares that white can go to oppose the king to d5. That is c4 as well as e4. Now here it doesn't make sense I play king e4 because he can always play f5 and kick my king, right? So he's grabbing up space and cutting off the entrance of the king to e4 or c4. And so b5 is along those ideas. And of course, he's also keeping his pawns on opposite color squares of the white bishop, right? Because then I won't have any targets. But as I said, he can't really do anything. You might ask, okay, didn't he have knight b4 check, winning the a2 pawn? But in doing that, he's actually trapping his knight. Knight b4 check in here, and if he takes the pawn, that knight is trapped. Bishop d2. And he plays a5, then I just play bishop a5. I could play bishop a5, or I could play this immediate move. But this is the move to play. Bishop takes a5. Because the knight is still in some trouble here. Eh? So he's not going to do that. He's going to play with the same idea, b5. So I continue now, bishop d2. And look at how the bishop is countering the knight. So the knight has no squares past the fourth rank. So this bishop d2 move is very critical. Black has time on his side and space. He plays a6, a bit of a prophylactic move. I play b3. Now I'm moving my pawns cautiously, trying to keep his knight up and to ensure that I am not putting my pawns on dark squares yet. You're going to see what happens shortly from this. Okay, f5. He has to play f5 at some point because he has to keep this along the same lines, keeping the king from c4 and e4. I play g3, a3, just a waiting move. Yes, I'm putting a pawn on the dark square, but there's no way for him to take advantage. The knight has no square to attack this pawn at a3. So the grandmaster is just kind of shuffling around, and this is what GMs tend to do. They're going to kind of make non-committal moves, and one of the things, tendencies that, let's say, us weaker players tend to do when we're playing grandmasters is we're quick to try to lash out because we think we're inferior. We think that we're in an inferior position, and so we may try to counteract. Note, for example, I'm in no hurry to play a move like g4 to counter this because at the end of the day, I stop and ask my question, what can you do? What can you do? You get your king to d5, but how do you proceed? And I'm not making any committal moves. As long as I can keep that knight out past the fourth rank, it's not going to go beyond the fourth rank, then there's no way he's going to be able to take advantage. And at the point in time, the only weakness that I have would be this d4 pawn. But I always have to be in a position where I can defend this pawn at d4. So I'm going to go through this the rest of the moves very quickly because this is generally what is going to be happening over the next couple of moves, and typically to the end of the game. f3, same idea as h3 and b3. the knight can't attack these pawns because the bishop is keeping the knight in check, so to speak. Knight e7, he's now going to position his king to d5. Of course, when it's at d5, it ties down the white king to the defense of d4. Again, I am not concerned about putting the pawn on dark squares because he's not going to be able to attack these pawns. As I said, the bishop is still an open board, and if he moves his knight in such a way to try to attack, then I might be able to break at one point or just continue to play along the same lines that I'm doing. So king d5, bishop c3, knight c6. So here he's now has the king and the knight on the d4 square. So what does white do? I have to keep coverage of the d4 square. So I just mark time, so to speak. Because, and this is a big difference between a bishop and a knight. You can win a tempo with the bishop. I move the bishop and I'm still covering d4. And I'm not worried about knight a5, which he plays anyway. Why? Because I play this move. And now it is revealed why f3 was played. Because just as how he wanted to keep my king out of e4, likewise I'm keeping his king out of e4. And this is the purpose behind f3. So he goes back, I go back. And there's nothing that either white or black can do in this position. But being the grandmaster, he's going to see if he can still squeeze out something. h5. Maybe he's and this is just a bluff. Because I am not worried about a move like h4. Because when he makes a move like h4, it is a very committal move. Because note that he's now putting his pawns on dark squares. And I can even sack this pawn at some point to win his pawn on a dark square. And then the true power of the bishop on the open board will prove itself. So, bishop c3, g5. So he now plays g5. And I take no advantage of this move with the same comment I just made. He has now given me a target. I now play g4. Note, he has to capture here at here at some point, but he decides to push pass. So in this position, I have a target here at some point. So he has to also be mindful of that. And I decided to take advantage of that and play some move on the queen side, a4. So I'm getting my pawn off the light square, and simply because I have targets over here. Because at a given point, I could give up this pawn at d4 as long as I'm going to win this pawn at g5. Because when I win this pawn at g5, I'm also going to win the pawn at h4. And then I'm going to have a pass pawn on the king side. And we know the bishop is a lot more active on the open board. So b4. Now this looks crazy from the GM because he's putting almost all of his pawns on dark squares. But what it is he's doing is taking away this maneuver, king c3, which we saw a few moves earlier. Because remember now, I was able to mark time with king c3 to defend the pawn at b3. But you're going to see what happens here. Bishop b2, knight a5. I have king c2. See how the pawns at f3 and b3 is locking out the black king, dark king? The king cannot enter. Just like how he was locking out my king, I am now doing the same.
So Ty, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Shane.
Yeah. There is something that I would like to demonstrate here, however. It is black to play in this position and he plays f4. Somebody may ask, doesn't he have this move? Of course, this is a blunder because I'm giving him a fast pawn and that's winning the game. Of course, I won't play that, but I'm going to play this way.
I know you have targets.
No. Yes, because if he plays king here, then guess what? Bishop c1.
Yeah, you have targets.
And you see what happens? Yeah. And so it is white now who is actually is better in this endgame.
Probably winning because you pick up the
probably winning. Probably winning.
Yeah.
So Swapping the pawns is not something that he can do. And so this is why he now opted to play f4. And after this move is this move is basically a draw off because there's nothing that either side can do here now. And yes, my bishop is locked behind the pawns here, but there's nothing black or white can do here. And as I demonstrated, anything that's black tried, if he had tried to swap the pawns, then bishop c1 because of the targets. And so nothing to show there. He's just shuffling around, but I am quite aware of what is happening in the position. And so it's a draw.
And this was at 25-60 odd GM. I remember this game. Barsov was in his prime, and that time, guys, there were no 2700 GMs. It was about 2600. So he was within 100 of the world champion and best players at that time. So this was a very, very, very impressive display. And the fact that you held him positionally, I remember being really impressed by that. Really impressed by that. So Shane, I sent you the next two people your challenge, but let's do some questions before that because a number of questions have come in. How many times in your chess career have you felt like giving up and why?
Okay. Wow, that's a tough one.
What a question.
You know? Yes, wow. You know, I don't want to say that I felt like giving up. I've come across big disappointments. And you felt as if where do you take it from here? And I will highlight some of these disappointments. Of course, I made mention of the loss to Robert Wheeler in the 1983 Nationals because it was as if I needed to prove myself to these big guns that the arrival of the magician, but it wasn't to come until the following year, and of course that was disappointing. And even earlier than that, in the same year when I just started playing in the tournaments, 1981, I remember playing in the IBM sponsored a lot of tournaments back then. So in addition to the national championships, the corporation used to sponsor an IBM amateur event. It was called just that, IBM amateur. And again, I had yet to win my very first tournament, and I was playing in the IBM amateur, and I was the #1 rated player at the time in the IBM amateur. And I won my first 2 games, and in the 3rd round, I got paired against Robert Suho of St. George's College. And I'm playing the classical variation against Suho's Dragon. And I won an early exchange. But for some reason, I just started making some errors. And believe you me, I ended up losing that game. And I felt so disappointed. And I guess not just because I lost a game, but I lost to a fellow junior. And of course, the fact that I was winning the game. And it was very disappointing. But all in all, the other 2 major disappointments came back again, I think, in 2001. You, Bob Will, and myself traveled to Valencia in Venezuela. And I think, both Grantel and Warren had already just gotten their FM titles. I think Grantel was the first, and I think Warren got it the following year. Yes, and we went down there with the same expectations because at that time all we needed was not 6 points, but 4.5 points. Yeah, we just needed 50% out of the 9 games to get our FM titles. Of course, it was a strong event because you had a lot of Venezuelan international masters playing. Players from the Dom Rep, international masters as well. But I figured that Bob was still playing some strong chess at the time, and you and I were up there, and we said, well, if Grantel and Warren can do it, because our playing strength were almost about the same, then we had great expectations when we went down there. And of course, it was tough. But I had 3.5 points going into my final round game, and I'm playing against Ryan Harper in the last round. and of course I play my nail off. And Ryan was at the time was just a young and up and coming player. I think it could have been a junior player at the time. And Ryan is just attacking, and I'm taking, and we reach a point where I had to give up my queen. But when I gave up my queen, I was a rook and 2 pieces up, and I eventually won an exchange. So I had 2 rooks and a piece up. But what beat me was the clock. And at the time, I think we played, it was the analog clocks, not digital.
Yeah.
And the flag fell with only a few more moves to reach the time control. And of course, with the flag falling, I missed my opportunity to get the FM title that year. And of course, that was disappointing. Yeah. And of course, the other disappointment was in the same tournament. We just went through the Barsov game. I think in round two, I'm trying to remember who we played in round 2, but I know that in round 3 we got paired against Finland. And man, Jomo,
let me even stop you right there. I had that game as one of the games to show, and I refused to do it because this was about coffee and Blitz, and I thought to myself that game had no place in our history, no place to be recorded here. So I don't even want to talk about that. I understand that disappointment.
But I put it out of my mind, and every now and again it comes up in a conversation, and I think Diane Shabazz had put out a recent article with all of what is going on in the US right now. Because, talking about racism in chess, because I am thinking to myself that, we had a witness, and it wasn't at Jamaica. It was there was a witness at the tour.
You had 2 witnesses. You had, I don't even want, that's why I say I don't even want to go into it because.
Okay, I'm going to say them more.
Let me explain. So
that was disappointment.
Yeah, man,
that was disappointment.
While I spoke that I cried at 13, 14 against Fairclough, Shane actually cried on my shoulder because of how much injustice that he felt. So
I couldn't believe
that hurts me because I stood up, I went with them, everything, and at the end when I heard the ruling, Shane actually cried, and I stood there while Shane laid on my shoulder and cried. And
I couldn't believe that, man.
It has no place on this program.
Yeah, you guys had to rest me the following round, and then the next round, I came back out. And when I sat down at the board, I was to play this international master from Guatemala, which we drew that game. But before the game, I had to get up and walk. I had to get up and walk, man. To kind of pull it together.
Yeah, man.
But that's all in all. But overall, Jomo, the love for the game, just the inspiration, not just from the game, but the camaraderie that I have with my fellow countrymen as well too, because just seeing how these guys come, because when I saw Warren and Rowe coming into the sport, and even before them, you and Gibbs, because you remember in 1986 I came to Campion, John Powell had arranged a simul, and I came to Campion to give a simul, and I played against none other than Grantel Gibbs, Jomo Peterson, Peter Myers, Mark Holness, Melanie Powell, Michelle Powell. And then to see you guys develop, that was also something that was, it was inspirational for me to see how you guys came up on your own, So the love for the game itself, and to see youngsters coming into the sport and just, that was really something for me. So that really outdid and outshone the disappointments. So never did I really think of giving up. It was just the disappointments that
ties into the second question, Shane. What advice would you give a player who is trying to improve? And they're very specific. So they're saying a player who is at 2,000. So let's say a player that has reached a plateau and hit that plateau, what advice would you give him?
Yeah. A lot of players, feel that when they reach a certain level, that it's just hard to take that next step, and it's difficult. And the first thing is really mindset. You first have to believe that you can do it. I tell you something, because when I went to my first Olympiad, 1982, Lucerne, I was the first reserve, and I'm not going to call any names, but there was a player who was obviously, like to dodge some certain teams. But anyway, in 1982, well, I was put to play in the very first match, and it's a Swiss system, and in the first round, it's going to be a big mismatch, and we played Austria, and we lost 4-0. But my game, even though I was the youngest, you had Orrington Singh on the first board, who was not was only a few years older than I was, but you had Bob Wheeler and who was the other player, Patrick Eubank, playing, and John was the captain, and he had rested. My game was the last to finish, right? And I say that because I went in there with a determination, because good gosh, man, I had just turned 18, and this is an eye opener for me, because I went there and I'm seeing Mikhail Tal, I'm seeing Boris Spassky, I'm seeing Anatoly Karpov, Viktor Korchnoi. I mean, these are the players that you come across when you see chess on in a books or something. I'm seeing these guys. I'm playing in a tournament hall with these guys, and that was really an eye opener.
Yeah.
But what I noticed about with the Jamaican team is that there seemed to be an expectation that, as if we had already lost. It was almost as if we were going to lose this match, and I don't know why, but as a young player, I kind of sense that, and I'm saying to myself, but why? The first thing you have to do is believe that you can, is believe that you can do it. And I took great pride in sitting in front of any player. You could be an IM, you could be a GM. And I mean, this goes back to when I just started playing, because the first time I played John Powell, national master, I beat him. The first time I played Bob Wheeler was the biggest thing since sliced bread in Jamaican chess. His rating was 22.95 at the time when I played him. 22.95 at that time. That was a big thing, because he was probably 100 points. Well, Harold Chan was over 2200 at the time too, but they were like 100 points above the islands number 3 and 4. I beat Bob the first time I played him, and I go into the game thinking that I'm playing for basically one result. I am playing here not just not to lose, but to win, right? And this is the kind of mindset that I approach from day one till present.
Beautiful.
And this is what I will say, that you have to believe that you can do it. So first thing is not to just think that you have reached a plateau, because as you can, I will say this: if you believe you can, you are correct. If you believe you cannot, unfortunately, you are also correct. You get the point? You have to believe that you can, because if you believe you can't, you are also correct, and you're not going to achieve.
Agreed.
Of course, just to believe alone is not enough. It's the very first step.
You have to do the work.
It's only the first step.
So it's
The
funny
work
that I see.
has to be done.
I see them are debating in the chat about which one of us stronger and all sort of things, and then it comes down to this: both of us talented, both of us hard work, and both of us believe in ourselves tremendously, guys. So no matter how you look on it, and that debate you also be get into, because guess what? Shane is my favorite player.
I don't like comparisons. I don't like comparisons.
And let me give them a
And
story,
stress.
Shane. Let me give you a story while you go over. Send your next 2 challenge to you, Shane. So
Okay.
so let's go to the next 2 challenge. while I
Oh,
give them a story. Shane, you remember Trinidad, the
okay.
first time you actually saw me, Shane?
Yes.
Do you remember that tournament?
Yes.
And
Yes.
guys, Shane was instrumental in me winning my first international tournament. And I don't have my memory and yours is the same, Shane. But what I
Mm-hmm.
remember, boy, is I didn't know this man. And I was playing Terry Farley. And I sacked a knight on E5, I sacked a knight on D5, and to double sack in the center of the board. I was 17 and just crowned national champion. Farley was Barbados national champion, and we had Gordon Anderson who was Trinidad national champion. And I was on top of the world, sacking those two
Mm-hmm.
nights. Went in the
I remember it
converting.
well, Jobo. I mean, I think Ro was playing in the under
Yeah,
16 at the
Bro
time
was
too.
playing at, it might have been under 14, it might have been two, no, under 16 because I was playing under 20. And basically, I sat the two nights and on my way to converting, and in time pressure, I allow a trick that drew the game in the rook ending. And I remember the disappointment of it ease up and people coming around asking me how comes I miss it. And all I heard were people from each side asking me all sorts of questions. I never even
Yes, a
know so much.
barrage, man.
Yeah, I didn't know so much people were watching. I didn't know so much people were there. But I was surrounded by people who were watching it and saw the dust saw it and then saw the one move blunder in time pressure after the two night sack. And all I felt was somebody pull me out of the crowd. I didn't know who, and I'm in Trinidad, and I see this short person who in that time I'm just taller than you at that time by youth. And I don't know who this person is, but he had a smile and a friendly face because I had only heard about Shane Matthews. I had never met Shane Matthews. And he pulls me out and he goes, I am Shane Matthews. Don't worry, you'll win this tournament. Come. And he pulls me onto the football field, and for the entire round, time between rounds, he stayed with me, spoke to me throughout, and I went back in and won the next two games and was crowned Caribbean champion. And I am forever grateful, Shane, for that because as a little boy, it's not easy to deal with. It was more than 20 people just mobbing me at one time.
Yeah, yeah. You know, one of the things in chess is that right after the game, you know, there's a lot of persons who, you know, I use this term sideline grandmasters,
Yeah.
and they are going to be quick to come around and it's. I tried challenging Rohit Champ 22, but he's not accepting. So I'm going to the next one. Pikachu.
Yeah, go to the next one. And
Okay.
Rohit is 11. So I'm trying to get all of the youngsters, the young talent.
But I remember that I could have been in my final year at the
Of
time at
engineering,
St.
yeah.
Augustine. Yeah, and you guys were staying at a hotel, Pelican or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah,
But
wow.
yeah, I came up there and stayed by a friend just to looking on the events, man. Yes, I remember that well. And John Powell had traveled with you
John
guys.
Coyle was the coach. John was the coach.
Yes, I
Yeah.
remember that. Yeah. And you know, I took a break from chess basically, and I played in a tournament while studying in Trinidad. It was a Caribbean tournament, and the Trinidad Federation had invited a few players down from Cuba as well as the US. There was Grandmaster John Federowitz. There was also Walter Avenciba, who I have a game up here as well too.
Yeah, because you know
And
that is my nomination for favorite Shane game. And I'll explain why it is
yes,
Shane. I'll explain why. Is the other
yeah.
person accepting the challenge?
No,
Alright,
no,
so let's throw
I'm going to
out.
cancel it.
Yeah, so let's throw out to the crowd.
Uh
And this is
huh.
for everybody who is under 2000. How many national championships does Shane Matthews have? So let's see how many people can get it quickly. First one to get it. I'll acknowledge and then you send your Lee Chess username for Shane to challenge you. Shane, they're not too sure. Normally the chat would be moving off, but I've not seen anybody. Alright, almost there, Avatar, almost there. Almost. Missing by, well, I can't even tell them. Okay, hold on. John the Baptist has hit it number 7. John, you're quick on that Google thing. You're quick on that Google thing. So John is asking what was the question. He went in between 6 and 8 and came up with 7 shade.
Between 6 and 8 is usually 7, yes.
Yes, that is the funniest thing because he did ask what's the question after that. So Shane, this is the player that I believe plays the most like you in Jamaica right now. A young player, he's 13 years old, and he is Baptist, I think 876 on leeches. He plays like a Shane, so be careful of this one. Be careful of this one.
I haven't got the challenge yet.
No, you would send the challenge Baptist 876. Right. So just look on it. I haven't sent you that username.
Oh, okay, yeah, he sent the challenge.
Okay, all right.
I'll just accept and start. Yeah. Joe, I remember. And that tournament was very exciting because we had the Cuban players here expecting to dominate. Of course, the Americans were there to say otherwise. Yeah.
And the English sent Jack Rod. I remember England sent Jack Rod. And then Netherlands had Madora, who was at that time the future chess for the small islands. I remember that clearly. It was on serious form. Remember that. I was on serious form because I just won the national champs at 17 and was really, really high at that time.
Yeah,
I told he plays like you and hit you with the same thing.
Yeah, man. Yes. I like that.
Don't worry, I have him studying your Shane.
All right, well, I'm stuck in here. I'm looking to pick up 3 pawns for the piece and go into an endgame with the 3 pass pawns on the queen side. We'll see how it turns out. Of course, if black isn't careful, he can make a terrible error and lose early in this position. All right, so that's 3 pawns for the piece. That's an excellent move because he has to be careful about carrying the king too far off from the center. The king has to stay very close to the action. Here I'm threatening rook takes knight and e5.
Okay.
The trick is rook takes d7 and e5. So he has to be careful. Okay, he doesn't defend it. So I'm going to now play rook takes and e5. And that should be good for black. I'm just checking if I have that. Go for it.
And members in the crowd, if you haven't followed us yet, if you're new to the channel, remember to follow. And that we'll know exactly when we'll be going live again. We go live tomorrow in a match against Ecuador.
Okay, so we have an interesting position here. I'm going to, black is white is in no hurry here. I'm going to get the queenside pawns moving shortly, but I have to do it in such a way. Let's centralize this bishop here. Okay. For d5. Let's get this pawn going. This knight has no squares here because the pawns are nicely cutting them off. I may have to go knight d5 at some point, but he's been very active here, and that's good. I I think I missed the chance of playing bishop check, which is what I should have done. I'm going to play this move here because I still want to play knight b5 and get these pawns rolling. Oh. Okay. I don't know if that's such a good idea for him. I realize why he's doing that. I think he's thinking that he could draw this game because of the opposite color bishops, but the rooks are still on the board. Rooks are still on the board, and at the end of the day, it's doubled, but it's still 2 pass pawns. Alright, that's a decent move. Let's get this rook active and stop e5 for the time being. I don't want him to play this rook check. So I'll just I'll play this. I'll play into the fork. See what he does. Okay, he's not going to do that. Alright, I'll play here now. I have to get these pawns rolling, right? It's just a matter of covering the light squares. Same point. Smooth. Rook check didn't make any sense because he would have just blocked. Alright, I have to advance the pawns. That's the only way. Nope. I have c4, right? So I can play this move. He doesn't have any f4. I don't want him to get any f4 ideas, and this bishop will be on free. I have to play a little faster now. King here. Yes, I figured he's going to do that. He's going to do that. But it's still, if he wants to swap, he has to give. I have to get something for it. Alright. Now, yes, he's on double the pawns. And I just have to cover the light squares. And I should be able to convert this, but it's hard. It's a little easier said than done. Some targets here. I should just play this move. No hurry. No hurry.
And juniors, listen to the master. No hurry. There's absolutely no hurry in endgame.
Right.
Take your time.
So I'm going to play this move here now. That frees up the bishop because I want to. This is a target. I can get a third pawn here. Right? I'm going for it. He has to move this bishop so that he can at least preserve the e5 pawn. He has to try and preserve the e5 pawn. He has to play e5 at some point. Okay. That's a cunning move. That's a cunning move. Alright, we don't want that pawn going any further. The only way to win this game is to get the pass pawn on the h5. So I'm going to maneuver the king. I'm going to maneuver the king over here. His king can't move from here. And then I'm going to sacrifice the pawn at g4. I'm going to sacrifice the pawn at g4. I have to sacrifice the pawn at g4. That's the only way. He still can't take c5. He still can't take c5. I just want his bishop up this side. Okay. Okay, he's playing, but he's giving me this pawn. But he's going to try and still hold this position. Can't play g4, not yet anyway. No hurry, just covering. I'm going to set up a mistake here. I'm going to try to allow him to make a mistake. I want to get king b6. He has to play back the bishop here, otherwise king over here can cause him some trouble. Right. Just a tempo move. He's doing well, Jomo. He's doing well.
Tell him remind me of you.
I think he's going to. I think he's as a fortress here because he's not allowing me to get in. I want to sacrifice the pawn at b7.
I'm not going to allow you, my friend.
Yeah. Oh, no, he does.
He just allowed you. Oh my God.
No, he does. No, he does. Yeah.
Young boy, be patient.
This is
patient.
Yeah. It takes patience, and this is what GMs do to the rest of us.
Yeah.
Is just allow us to run. You have to see the idea. Yeah. This was the only winning idea. The only other winning idea was to try and get g4.
This is why they call it the magician. I'm seeing the chat saying magic, magic, magic everywhere. This is the magician. So Shane, before we go to the next game, try Rohit again for me.
Try what?
Rohit.
Oh, Rohit.
Again.
Okay, hold on.
If not,
all right, let me.
Yeah.
I had searched it before. Let me see.
Commentators curse. So true, my friend. So true, Malik. And guys, you see first and why he's called the magician. Just like that.
What is it?
The point.
Rohit champ.
Yeah.
The funny thing about bishop of the color endings too, is that if it were just a bishop and 2 pawns, the only way you can convert is if the 2 pawns are 2 files apart.
Yeah.
Normally, yeah. I pride myself in endgame studies. 22, champ 22. Okay, I'm sending the challenger now.
Alright, so let's see if he think there accepts. Yeah. So I've told him challenge sent. He's having difficulty asking where. Yeah. He accepted. There we go.
Yeah, man.
So this is our little 11-year-old Shane and really playing good chess. 11.
Okay, from where?
Hope Field Prep.
Oh, okay. The fans want to see a dragon? I'll play a dragon.
He isn't backing down, Shane. So future champion night also, Shane. So I'm rather happy.
Okay. You're all matter, right?
Yeah. Surprisingly, he normally castles queen side, so your open B file frightened him a little.
I think so. The open B file would have kind of scared him a bit. Yeah. And of course, not being able to swap off the dark square bishop, I guess he figured that, well, there's no room to attack. Alright, so black can claim a slight plus here, bishop here, and 1 pawn island, as opposed to white having 2 pawn islands. So I could even play bishop takes knight here, destroying his pawn structure. And yeah, let's go for this. Can be destructive, I suppose.
No man, Coach Jomo went to Campion, not teach. That's the Lakud. I went to Campion. So quickly another Campion night. Darren in the crowd.
So no counterplay. So I've given out the bishop here advantage to destroy white's pawn structure. So now he has 3 pawn islands. Black still has one, of course, if he captures the bishop at e6. So this is a permanent weakness. So I'll eventually win this pawn by the pin and then a timely b5 push.
You needed to understand that you have to go for counterplay in the center.
I'm just deciding. I think this is more active. Just hitting at all of the weaknesses. There's absolutely no counterplay here for whites. He probably had to try and do something against b6, which he's probably thinking of now. I don't know. Oh, he's defending. Okay, all right. I will just go forward. Yeah.
So watching the chat and Camperdown had some big teams, my youth. I remember a team that had Davey, Warren Cornwall. Cornwall was a monster. Peter, and I think Mango Man. You remember what Mango Man name was?
Mango Man.
Yeah, man. What a team that was. What a team that was. I went and supported them. And Equi, they brought Equi and a couple titles well.
Yes.
So that was
of course,
a phenomenal team. Later, Young Melis came into that side later on. But Camperdown is one of the biggest chess schools there is. Definitely one of the biggest chess schools.
Yeah, I mean that was all after my time, but during my time, JC and of course I know Lindo firing shots right now. JC at the time was the strongest during my time.
Yeah.
I mean they had the likes of Conrad Grant, Michael Seaver, David Nichols, Zach Mars. And I think later on in your time, John Tobish, you know, so there were quite a few players, you know, that could claim to.
Lindo is most upset that you haven't said Terence Lindo.
Oh, I should have mentioned Terence Lindo as well. Yes, and Terence Lindo. Let me not forget Lindo son, man.
Yeah, man. Peter T. Didn't know it was you, my friend. So you can educate them on how strong that Camperdown team was because that was a monster side.
Oh yes, and Peter and Warren Cornwall and Damien came in after equitable time too. I mean, equitable, of course, you know, coach those guys, you know.
So it was a team of, and it must go down as one of the best teams ever in school, which had Damien, Peter, Warren Cornwall, and Mango Man. That was a monster of a side. Monster of a side.
Yeah, man. Pretty impressive indeed. Pretty impressive.
Haha, Lindo is making sure I was on 2 winning teams and captured 1. So how dare you, international master, not mention the great Terence Lindo?
Oh boy, how could I not mention Terence?
There you go, Terence. I've made sure it has been mentioned, my friend.
Alright, so White has gotten some activity, I guess mostly to some inaccurate play on my part. But I am still claiming some advantage in this position. Because I still have a central pawn mass and he still has 3 pawn islands.
So let's not forget, it's an 11-year-old.
Yes, and he's playing pretty good. For an 11-year-old, I would imagine, yeah. Alright, so let me see here now. Check, and I can, if he's not careful, he gets mated. If he goes up, he gets mated. Let's see if he goes up or goes back. Oh no, he falls for mate. Mating 2, guys. Mating 2.
And this is why you can't let your guard down, guys. You just can't let your guard down. So Shane, we may not get to go through all the games. So the next one I want you to go through is Avenciba. And I'll give you the history why.
Okay, now we could do that. I could run through the next game with
Alright, so run through the next game.
Yeah.
So hold on a sec. So the second game is Elness. So run through the game for that.
I could run through that quickly. Because so it's also another minor piece ending.
Right. While Avenciba was how I know Shane.
Yeah, man, that's fine, man. All right, so let's look at this game here. Um, this game was played in the 2000 Chess Olympiad held in Istanbul, and this, I believe, was round three. We were paired up against Norway. Of course, young Magnus Carlsen was not making the team at that point in time. He was just community chess at that time. But of course, Norway had some grandmasters. Not all of them had played. I think this team had only one grandmaster, and unfortunately for them, they rested that grandmaster. I think it was Leif Johansson,
Ah,
and they rested him because they're playing Jamaica, right? They're playing Jamaica, so we don't need the grandmaster. But little did they know that the team of the magician, Jomo Peterson, Warren Elliott, and Rosalimo was a force to be reckoned with. All right, so this game was played on board one, and of course, best by test C4, and of course, my opponent is playing one of my favorites as well, the um, Nadov. Of course, you will just notice that he plays knight f6 before CD4. It doesn't really matter, but just to point out that e5 is not good here for white. And so best is to continue with the normal move, knight c3. And of course, so by transposition, we get the Nadov. And at this point in time, I have played some popular moves, more popular than others, for my sixth move here as white. I have opted to play the swords in bishop c4 at times. I have opted to play the quiet g3 at times. I have played the English attack at times. And in this game, I have also played something that I was also that I used to play much earlier in my junior days, bishop g5. This was my favorite, and this was the favorite at the time when I was just learning chess. And of course, with the my 60 memorable games by Robert James Fisher, quite a few games had the Richter Rosa games in that book. So bishop g5, my favorite. e6, the normal response. And here I played f4. Of course, in one of the games I just played, you saw me play this move. I think it was against John. Yes, I just played this move against John in a Blitz game. This was also a sideline that was played popularly in the 60s. Maybe not as popular as f4, which is more to the theme of the Rosa. And here in this position, black has several moves. He can play bishop e7, a favorite of mine. He could play knight d7. Grandmaster Amanov, Mesgan Amanov, who is a big coach in the US right now, played this against me in Barbados. He escaped with a draw in that game. This is also very popular. b5. Lev Pologaevsky. This variation is named after Pologaevsky, a player I also saw play in 1982 Olympiad, my first experience to real big-time chess. But
so you know this featured in my rep, right? Yeah, the Polgevsky featured in my rep, Shane, and I've gotten some nice tricks with it, boy. Nice.
Of course, I played the Polgevsky against Grant Hill in the Nationals as well too. I beat him in that game. It was a sharp game. You know, my king basically kind of got exposed, but I won a pawn, then I won a following another pawn, and then it was just a matter of swapping pieces. And I was a little bit scared because my king was wide open and did sack a rook, and then he was hoping for a perpetual check, but that wasn't to be had. But anyway, yeah, so guys, this is also very popular response to f4. Of course, you all know this is as the poison pawn. And this was also popular way back in 72. Again, one of my former favorite players at the time, Robert James Fisher, QB6. It wasn't new to me because I have faced the poison pawn. I played it against David Nichols already as well too. So I played the Spirit of the Poison Pawn.
I think we had one
QD2.
battling poison pawn with me being black.
I think so.
Yeah.
And I think I played a game against a player in the Olympiad. Here I played Rook B1. I think in my last Poison Pawn game I played Knight B3. And I mean, my opponent really shuffled around, and I got my rooks, and I made a rook sack at G7 and the sack with the queen at H6. That was a picturesque position, but I didn't even choose that as one of the games. I mean, the position is more interesting than the game itself. But yeah, so Rook B1, the spirit of the game. So in this position, White has sacked a pawn, but for superior development. But Black is saying, okay, I'm going to keep this pawn, I'm going to hold this pawn, and then I'm going to now start developing, get my king to safety, and I'm going to keep that pawn and win. What can you do? Alright, so here I'm a player who likes to play sidelines and not necessarily the most popular main lines. Why? It's because, again, I pointed out that I got the name magician simply because I tend to not study openings too much, and I think I get a little bit more creative when I'm playing some of these sidelines, which are not as booked as the main lines. And we will see, because something amazing, I did something in this game here, which was took the IM totally by surprise. He was shocked. He was not expecting this move. And we'll go quickly to it. So I played Bishop E2. Of course, we know the main lines here is typically Bishop F6 and F5 and Knight C6, Knight C6. So we won't go to that because we want to go into the other game. So Knight C6, I still play to the T, Knight C6, and castle. I'm not interested in partnering with this dark square bishop as yet. Bishop E7, King H1. Prophylactic, because we know the queen sometimes wants to escape and get back into the game, and it wants to do so sometimes with a check. Queen A5. I now play Bishop D3. Alright, so I move this piece twice, but something has changed in the position. My opponent now castles. Here I decided to take the opportunity and offer my opponent another pawn. I play E5. Of course, if he takes, then it's bad. And that's simply because after Fe5, right? If he takes this, then I am going to now play Rook BE1. And White has a big advantage here. So the other option, Knight D5, is even worse, because that really drops material. I play this move. And of course, we see if Queen takes Queen, I can play Knight takes Bishop, and that's actually two pieces. So my opponent plays Knight D5. Basically, an only move here, Knight D5. In this position, I thought of two possibilities here. And of course, Bishop H7 is a possibility. Here I decided to play this move. Bishop takes, Knight takes, and now pawn takes. Now my opponent plays Knight D5. And I burned some time here, and I said, okay, I'm going to... yeah. Alright, so my opponent plays Knight D5. So of course, Knight D5 the knight is queen. And I don't want to waste time with moves like Rook B3. Right? So in this position, I play Knight B4. Knight B4. My opponent immediately plays Queen takes, and now Knight takes, and now Rook B8. Now in this position, while Black is saying, I'm going to win that pawn on D6. I'm going to win that pawn on D6. And I'll be a pawn up. Yes, I have to, my bishop is undefended at the time, undeveloped. and my rook at a8 is a little bit sad at the moment. But when I win this pawn, I will then develop bishop and develop this rook.
So Shane,
I thought about it.
just to big up Terence and his Jamaica Rooks team who just beat Khemlani Chess 17-3, and that's a revenge because that team had beaten their junior team, actually beat them 15.5, 4.5. So Terence and Jamaica Rooks, big up for your win tonight. Alright, Shane.
Okay. Alright. So I wanted to hold on to that pawn, but I didn't want to tie it up with a knight. Because I move like knight c4. Black can counter with g6. He can counter with maybe even this move, with ideas of bishop a6. This was a pawn which is basically a thorn in black's position. And if I can get pawn to c4 to c5, that would be fantastic for white. So I went with that idea and played c4. And black does not want to allow that move. So therefore, knight c3. Now, so in this position, he's attacking the rook and he's attacking the pawn at e6. What am I to do? Do I play this move? If I play that move, then he now plays knight to a4, and that stops c5, and he's threatening rook takes pawn, and he's also threatening to play knight c5 as well, and still rook takes d6. So in this position, I said, all right, I still want my pawn at d6 protected by the pawn at c5. I play c5. And so I'm leaving the rook at b1 in this position. And, my assessment is this. I have a protected pass pawn. That's one. And two, black is still terribly developed. Because this rook at d8 is now not developed, it's just behind this pawn. And white, on the other hand, he has the open b file, and he has targets a6 and c6, because we have light squares bishop. And I can get a maneuver knight to b6, and I think white can claim to have a small edge here, right? A small edge. So I decided to sacrifice the exchange here and keep this pawn here. So, of course, he has to take the rook now, because he has to show something for this position. If he doesn't take the rook, then he is losing. So now rook b1. All right, so bishop b7. He has to challenge the b file. This move is basically obvious. Knight to c4. This knight wants to go to b6. And black continues with his idea. He has to challenge. Now, I swap rooks here, but let me give you something that I was given by Coach Anatoly Weissman. Weissman is a Ukrainian coach that was invited down here by Grantel Gibbs, who was the president of the Chess Federation for a brief stint at the time. And I had analyzed this game with Weissman, and he made a point to me. And this is something for all of you here. He says here in this position, knight b6. Here's the explanation why you don't swap rooks. And he put it so simply. He says, when you play rook b6, rook b8, and black plays rook b8, and now you play knight b6. All right, you're keeping a rook behind there. The point is this. Black still has the strongest piece on the board. A rook. Black still has the strongest piece on the board. A rook. Knight b6. Who has the strongest piece on the board? No, not black, because I also have a rook. It is something that if I didn't pick up anything else from Coach Weissman, that was something that was very instructive, because I realized the point. Because here, black has two bad rooks, not just one. But you can't say that black has the strongest piece on the board, a rook, because I also have a rook. I mean, I have the potential of maneuvering rook b3 to rook a3. So, all in all, rook b6 is inferior to the immediate knight b6. So I could have done a little bit better by retaining the rooks on the board. Of course, that lesson was given after the game. As I said, it was done after. So instead of knight b6, I played rook b8. So after the swap, then I played knight here. And it is this reason here that black has a way of escaping in this position. Because if black just sits down and does do nothing, then white is going to march his king over and pick up either the a6 pawn or the c6 pawn or both. And he has to, the only way for black to sort of see counterplay in this position is that he has to at some point in time get in e5. If black does not get in e5 in this position at some point and then get his rook on the e file and get some activity, he's going to suffocate in this position. Unfortunately for the international master, he didn't see it that way, and he decided to do something else. Bishop c8, king g1. So if he's not going to do that, I am going to execute the plan I just told him. So he's going to come over now, and I'm going to now attack the targets. He has to do something. So this is what the international master had in mind. He wants to sacrifice by the exchange and then win the d6 pawn. So that is why bishop to c8. That is why he played bishop to c8, and that is why he played king to f8. Because he sees that the pawn can't push to b7, and the king will now come to e8, and then to d7, and he's going to win the race to win the pawn at d6. So he's doing that before my king can get to c5. Okay, all right, so the game continues. I'm going to show you now how I slow the black king down. So he has to play this move, otherwise I win the pawn on c6 and the game. All right, this is the point. I win this pawn, and I think the international master missed this move. And I think he thought that he could trap the bishop by playing g6. Unfortunately, when he plays g6, he cannot go over because the bishop alone cannot stop the two pawns. So the king has no time to go over to g7 to win the bishop. And I think this is exactly what he missed. And an interesting point to note, Jomo, I don't know how good your memories or Warren's. It was this Olympiad that they introduced the DGT boards for the first time. And for all the matches, not just the top boards, all the matches. And something happened in this third round matchup. Because before the international master played rook b6, there was a power outage in the tournament playing hall. Yes, there was a power outage for about 12 minutes, just over 10 minutes. And the international master sat down at the board thinking. So he had free time. He had free time.
He did not move. I remember that, Shane.
Yes, he sat down because his clock wasn't going. So whoever's turn it was to move, they all got free time. And he sat down because it was his turn to move.
I played live. Immediately. In this tournament, I played GM live. He got the GM the year after. Now he's in second GM. I drew with him in this tournament. Opposite the pair of bishops. Right, the pair of bishops, so that was pressing. This was my first.
I remember well.
Yeah, I remember.
And then the power went off. I remember it well, like it was yesterday. And he sat down.
And he sat like this the entire time. I remember that thing.
Yes, and as soon as the light came on, he plays rook b6. So he had to be analyzing. Because it was not dark, he was able to, the pieces were, it was visible, and he played rook b6. So I can't believe that he missed rook bishop a7. So going back to the position, bishop a7. So if he wins the d6 pawn, I'm analyzing the position like this now. He's going to win the d6 pawn. I now have to create a pass pawn on the king side. So I still have the pass b pawn. I just need another b pawn on the other side of the board. And that was created by the move bishop h7. So king there, And this move is important because it is slowing down his king. Because he can't afford to give too much pawns. Because remember now, Western bishop of opposite color endings, like in that Blitz game a while ago. This is the same color bishops. So he has a pass pawn. G4. I am wasting no time. My king is in the square, the promotion square. I'm sure you guys know about that. So my idea is simple. Creating a pass 8 pawn on the king side. Because I'm going to go for h4 next, then h5, etc. Bishop d7, okay, he has to do something. Otherwise, he'll just die. Because note, he can't even play f6 because the e6 pawn will drop. So he has to do something. So another pawn bites the dust. Finally, he gets the d6 pawn, but for a price, too much of a price to pay here. So this is easy to convert now. The rest is easy. King f2, bishop d5. I'll just go through quickly. I decided not to even defend the a2 pawn because the rest is easy here. I just take advantage of the pin here. Because remember, you can't take a2 because I still have the b6 pawn. So f5, okay, he takes. Well, I take. He can't even play bishop takes bishop because then I have 2 pass pawns on the 6th rank. And he can't stop either. So it's just a matter of time here. And the rest is easy. He could have resigned a few moves ago, but well, he resigns now. And that's it. So what was interesting in this game was you know, he blitzed out the opening moves. But when I played c4 and he played knight c3 and then c5, I think, you know, it really caught him off guard. So he had to take the exchange. So that was the position, you know. I mean, I really caught him off guard with that game, Jomo.
This was a big,
and then of course he missed bishop h7.
Simplicity, when you explain it, is really showing great technique and a high class level of chess. So Shane, one of the things before we even got on, I had asked you some questions earlier because for me, I think everybody knows my dream team. My dream team is made up of yourself, me, Ro, and Warren. That's my big four. That's my dream team. And I told you that there are 2 questions that were there for me. One was, what was your dream team? And what was your sentimental team? And let me explain to the spectators what your sentimental team is. So my dream team is what I believe were the strongest 4 players, the 3 players that I wanted to sit beside me when Jamaica went into battle against any team in the world. And I believed once we're playing on form, we could take any team. That's my dream team. But my sentimental team is a bit different. So my sentimental team actually doesn't have any of my players on my dream team. It's the players, whether alive or past, rest in peace, that I would have loved to have sat beside. So my dream team, as I said, is yourself, Warren, Ro, and me. That's my dream team. I don't think Jamaica has ever produced any stronger player than that. Now, hold on, Shane, my sentimental team, though, as I told you, would have had Orrington Singh, who as a child I look up to. It would have Bob Wheeler, who I still look up to. And I struggled here because, you know, Grantel Gibbs, I would have loved. Grantel didn't play on Olympiad. I would have loved to have sat beside Grantel playing on Olympiad. And then John Paul, for me, I never played with John. I never played on Olympiad with John. But you have the silver medal. I played John at 12 and beat him. But John was just an imposing figure, both on the board and in person. John was imposing. And John would have been the reserve. So my sentimental team would have been Tong Singh, Gibbs, Bob Wheeler, and Powell as reserve. So now to you, what is your big 4 team? So your dream team, and what's your sentimental team?
Well, you know, I've played at a number of Olympiads, spanning from the 80s, and of course, after that big result that we had in Thessaloniki 88, and I say that big result because at the previous Olympiads, we scored our best result, I think, was like 25.5 points. This was, of course, when the system in that time was 14 rounds and 4 boards. and it was strictly by points. And 25.5 points was the biggest score that any combination of Jamaican teams had achieved. And of course, in '88, we scored 27 points. And of course, in addition to myself, that team we had, you mentioned Tonsing, or was on that team. John Powell was on that team. Neal Fairclough was on that team. And my memory is really taxing me here now. I'm trying to remember who else was on that team. But we turned in a good result. So of course I played on that team, and that was a big thing at that point in time. But then I took a break. I went over to study, and of course was focusing on my career as well too. And I didn't represent at an Olympiad again until 10 years later, 1998. And of course, a young up and coming Warren Elliott. There was Mario Marshall, Russell Porter, and that was a really nice event because it was my kind of return back to the Olympiad scene, and I know it was inspiring to Mario and Warren, and that was a big thing. Of course, the following year in Istanbul, which a couple of these games are coming from, was another big thing because that was when we had this Matthews, Peterson, Elliott, Rowe team first time coming together, and one of these games that you chose to look at, it was really an awesome combination of Jamaican players. And even though I mentioned that result that we had in 1988, I felt like I was when we say anchorman, anchorman is usually man and the tail or the end of like a relay team or so on. But you guys in my mind were young players. Of course, you had more experience, and Warren and Rowe were up and coming right players, man. Very, 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 very promising. In fact, Warren had already won a national title under his belt, beating me too, And I said, I want these guys to get the best experience that they have at this Olympiad, man. And I realized that I didn't have to do much except just to play good chess. Because from the very onset, Jomo, we played the first round against Cuba in that Olympiad, and that was our first outing. Bob Wheeler was a reserve, and Bob was still playing excellent chess at the time, and Bob was reserve. I will make mention of the second reserve player, but this was the four players, and we were playing Cuba. And I remember at one point in time getting up and well, you were playing right next to me on board too, and you were playing the current world junior champion, Lazaro Bruzar. And you had a promising game. And then I get up and I look at Warren's game and Rowe game. And we were well into an hour and plus into the games on all four boards. The match could go either way. In other words, a major chess powerhouse like Cuba was not steamrolling over this team. You know what I mean? And I'm saying to myself, all I have to do was play good chess because these guys had the motivation. I'm looking on Warren and I'm looking on Rowe. These guys had what it takes. And I'm saying that because of what I'm seeing, what I said earlier when I went at my first Olympiad. There was a distinction. Remember when I mentioned that, I felt as if that the players were already defeated before the first pawn push. It wasn't so with this young crop. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm saying these guys had what it takes, and I just wanted to inspire. And it kind of lifted my game as well too, because I turned in a very great performance. My results kind of fell off after the first couple of rounds. But, trying to do something to present to you guys kind of inspired me to lift my game a bit. And I mean, we can talk about it, but the first couple of rounds in my games, I mean, I played, I played what? First 5 rounds, I played 3 GMs, one IM, and a 2100 rated player.
And
5 rounds.
because the
Three
rest of us
GMs.
were scoring and you had one, so
My
just
score
weren't
after
getting-
5 rounds was what? 3.5 points.
You
No,
weren't getting
three
no break,
points.
my brethren. The young
Yeah.
guns were firing,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, I think Mario. I mean, the games were being broadcast live. Mario must have call you guys and ask what you're eating. I lift my game, but so and we followed. That was not a fluke performance because, well, 2 years later we had the same combination, the top 4, just a little different move order because in 2002 I was a national champion, but Warren had won in 2001. So Warren got the right to play board 1. Of course, 2002 was a little bit of a challenging year for me. I had lost my mom just a couple, a couple of weeks before the Olympiad. But I came in at I think after the first 2 rounds had already been completed because I traveled later because I had to stay back for my mother's
I
funeral.
remember that.
But I came back and it was almost going back to 2 years because we were turning in a good performance. So I have to say, Jomo, that the dream, my dream team, that was a 4. That was the same dream team that I had. Of course, I would have liked to see a Neal Fairclough and a Bob Wheeler, an informed Bob Wheeler in that mix. You know what I mean? But it never happened. It never happened. So, but that combination of you, Jomo, you, myself, Warren, and Ro. I mean, that was an awesome team.
Yeah.
That was really an awesome team.
Well,
Yeah.
mine too.
But
What was the Sentimental team?
When it comes to the Sentimental team, when I was just coming into chess, I heard about because we had news flash and bulletins, and of course, word of mouth, people talking. Because I never met the gentleman because he died before I started playing chess, and that's one Thomas Figueroa, right? I mean, I never got to see Figueroa, but and every time I pick my outing, the tournament that I beat National Master Eubank and National Master Wheeler in 1981, after a couple of months just starting in chess, was at the Thomas Form Memorial. It was at the Thomas Figueroa Memorial Tournament.
Enos Grant
And
so
I tell you,
Enos Grant and Bob singles him out as Jamaica's, in that era, Jamaica's biggest prospect to get the IM. So I've never met,
Yes,
I only hear stories
because
also.
Bert Scott, who was around, and of course he's a historian, and
And he has a book
his
out, guys, so I
He has a
need,
book now,
I need
right?
to get that book,
And I would
and you guys
encourage,
need to get it.
I would encourage that all chess players, local players, we should support, and it has our history, right? And I mean, it's very important that we know our history because especially when we're going to make certain debates. I mean, we had a little online debate about the greatest ever. I'm not talking about Jamaican. I'm talking about greatest ever, the GOAT. And of course, I had a debate with Ragley and company about Magnus as opposed to Kasparov and Fischer and so forth. But it's nice to have these debates. But you want to be able to debate with information. You can't be arguing and making points without the information. So it's good to have this kind of information. And so I highlighted the point that it's almost as if you can list out a couple of great Jamaican players, and then somebody who have never even heard the name of Figueroa is not going to name Figueroa because you don't know him. But if you even played over some of the games, Thomas Figueroa had achieved a 2300 JCF rating in 1974-75 before that incident. That is unheard of at that time because, I mean, even though 2300 was a challenge, because I never crossed 2300 until 1986. I crossed 2300 in 1986, and I didn't cross 2400 until a few years after. But he did this. And it would have been easier no one and a few years back when you have a large number, a pool of players who are 2200 up, But I mean, at that point in time, and so I have to mention Thomas Rowe. He would have to be named to my sentimental team because, and for somebody so young to be taken away from us, gone too soon. And of course, young Sheldon Wang. I never got to see Sheldon play.
I'm going to reach out to him, Shane, because he reached out to me a couple of years back. So I have Warren on this week. I have Roe on the following week. But I'm going to reach out to Sheldon to try to do one of these.
Yes, we had all these former Jamaican greats because that World Junior Championship game, and I mean, if you have, and I'm saying it to all you watching here now, if you have not seen it, look at it. It was a very lovely game.
Brilliant surprise at World Junior.
Brilliant surprise in that World Junior. And I said World Junior against a strong Israeli junior player at the time. It was a Broomfield and Sheldon played a very fabulous attack.
It was brilliant. And what I will do, Shane, is showcase it. If they haven't seen it, I'll showcase it probably later this week in one of our matches that everybody can see. Latest I'll showcase it is in Monday with Warren.
Yeah. And the other two names that I'll mention, Jomo, and I will include Grantel because Grantel just didn't I think Grantel had a lot of other interests outside of playing chess.
But and that is why player though, Shane. What a natural player.
He was a natural player. And we came very close. We came very close to having him coming out in that 2002 Olympiad. But you remember what took part.
Yeah, man. And granted, when I stopped playing chess, Shane, so I stopped playing chess after my sister passed. And I just gave up chess. And that was one of the reasons it took so long for me to transition into the title.
Yeah.
Because when I stopped playing chess, I was, I think, 2370 odd as an 18-year-old, 19-year-old. And the next Jamaican was 21 odd. And at 19, I just stopped playing. And I stopped for many, many years because I just wasn't doing any of those things after my sister died. And Grantel was who came to me and called me and said, brethren, these guys think you are an old man. They see the games. And that was exactly what I pick up my phone and he's on the phone and he says, they think you're an old man. I have these youngsters that don't know, just see the name and see the 2300 and odd and just don't think there. And he asked me to come and play. And I remember it was a Masters that he asked me to come back and play. And I'm like,
Grantel was the first to get an FM title.
Yeah, I'm like, Gibbo, I don't play chess. I'm a party youth now, Gibbo. I party. Why you come to play chess? And Gibbo is like, yo, Jay, I party hard to but to show up. And I remember it was Wholeness that I came back and played. Because Gibbs basically tell me I must come and summon me. And I had so much respect from junior days for Gibbo that I was like, alright, Gibbo, here we go. My party tonight, but I'm going to show up the following day. And party the night, and I remember getting up and saying, wow, I promised Gibbo, And I go to UTech. And there's a crowd at UTech waiting to see me. And I'm coming in my party clothes, and I'm wondering what this crowd is for. Why the big thing? And this is after not being around chess for like 5 years or so, 5 or 6 years. Just not being around chess. And I remember sitting down, and it was a memorable game. Because I remember, I think the other kind was played, and I sacked 2 pieces again on Wholeness and made him in 23 moves. And this is after not playing chess for 5 to 6 years. I packed up my chess book, everything. But because of that one game and Gibbs was when I came back into chess. And I won that Masters. I beat everybody. That was when I actually gave Wholeness, I think, 2.5. Then suddenly I had Bob. No, you banged first. I gave you bang 3 love. Then Bob came. I gave Bob 3 love. And I don't remember who it was in the finals. And this was after not playing for 5 to 6 years. I walked through the Masters and won it. And that's why I came back into chess, because of Gibbs. If not, I'd have been partying, enjoying myself. And thank you, Thinker Teacher. Thanks for calling. I'd have been partying and enjoying myself, but I would have missed the greatest thing in life, short of having a fun, which is playing chess. And I thank
Mm-hmm.
Gibbo for
Mm-hmm.
that. I thank Gibbo for that, boy. But what memories?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So and my fourth player would have to be Dr. Chan because I never got the opportunity of playing alongside of Dr. Chan. And Harold, he was
Let's stop
a
your
real
thing.
force to be reckoned with.
If that's
Strong player to
Adrian,
crack.
hold on a sec. I don't know if that's Adrian. If that's Adrian, we'll big up you and your brother earlier on as one of the greatest families that ever played chess, my youth. And continue doing what you're doing because, as I said in couple, you are now an institution, a foundation. And you and your brother have done wonderful things for Jamaica chess. So I hope that's you, my youth. As if it is you, big up, big up. Much respect. Yes, Shane.
Yes, man. Yes, Dr. Chan would have been would be my other player to play on that team, sentimental team. And I mean, he had a long out in here. I'm just not happy that there wasn't a longer coinciding of our chess careers, but Dr. Chan, his contribution was very much up there alongside of those other great players.
So let's
And
talk
he never went to an Olympiad either.
yeah, so let's talk about inspiration. Can you go to the Avenciba game?
Oh yeah.
And I will now explain why I chose this game. So Shane chose his two favorite, which he showed. I chose a game that made me believe. So I had missed out in '92. I should have played my first Olympiad, and basically I went and I didn't think I won national champs, and I wasn't selected for the team. I was 17, just turned 17, and I wasn't selected for that '92 team, even though I had become national champs because they had said they were choosing before. And I just didn't play. I stopped playing chess after that, as I explained. And in about '90, so when I came back, I saw this young player Warren, who had then Warren is my favorite chess person. You are my favorite player, but Warren is my favorite chess person. Everybody know that. And I saw this youngster playing, and I was like, whoa, this is different. And because of that, I took tremendous interest in Warren, guided, and Warren went to 1998 because I didn't have much. I was invited to 94 after, no, it was 2000, right? So Warren went to 98, and Warren told me of his experience, and Warren said, Jay, you can't miss another one. And those words stuck because I was like, all right, let me think there. So in 2000, I walk in and we play Cuba. And for me, again, I just come back into chess. Like, I think 2 years or 3 years before I'd come back into chess. But my main focus was genuinely Warren. So it wasn't about me winning things. It wasn't about anything like that. It was developing this young talent, which I thought would have been Jamaica's greatest product. And I genuinely thought that. So my whole entire training, everything was focused on strengthening this young player. But he said, Jay, you need to go to Olympiad. So I said, all right, Warren. And I went to the Olympiad. And I sat down beside you in the first round. And Avenciba was somebody that was just a legend at that time. And I watched you play against him, and I stopped and I went, these people are not better than us. That's the only thing that went through my head. I was like, and I was cheering the whole way, and I was like, these guys are not better than us. And it was my first Olympiad, and I think I came through at like +2 or something like that. Because out of the 6 Olympiad, I got a plus score in 5 of the 6 Olympiads I played. And it started with this, and it started mainly from watching this particular game and realizing that they were not better than the Jamaicans. They may have had GMs, they may have had all of these titles, but they were not better than us. And from that day, I never lost belief in an Olympiad that none of them were better. And I think when you do up the tally, I have something like 70% stinger rate at the Olympiad, far higher than nothing, strike rate at the Olympiad. And it was because of this. Just seeing this one game made me realize that nobody was better than us. You might have to go through the game a little quick because we still have a couple things that I want to play some other
yes,
people.
because I realize the time is going.
Yeah,
But
man.
yes, but well,
when you
Jomo, you
get
see
this
what you're
one,
saying is
yeah.
coinciding with what I was trying to do because you know I wanted you guys to be uplifted and I said all I had to do was play well because you guys already had the right attitude, I mean, and that is a big difference from what I saw in the early 80s. It wasn't like that later on because I mean when Neal came back into chess and Neal and I were really putting it to a lot of those IMs and so forth. We were never backing down from them.
Yeah. I went to
IMs
those
and GMs.
Olympiad games, Shane, and you guys played well. I think the difference between those teams and ours was that you didn't have
Mm-hmm.
four boards. That's the difference. And we had five cards.
Exactly.
There are times
We had to shuffle around and that kind of thing.
we had
Because
row support
Neal and I, we basically took over where Wheeler and Chan were in the 70s because they were. I mean, yeah, Sheldon wasn't around long. Thomas Sugar wasn't around long. So when you look at all the other strong players, Wheeler and Chan were basically head and shoulders above all everybody else.
Hold on
And so it was in the 80s.
I have to big up Mario. Mario, my brethren, welcome. Welcome. Hopefully you follow, but you are one of the reasons this is happening. When I told you about PCI, you believed in it, brethren, and you encouraged me. So I need to publicly big you up, my youth. If it's not you, I would not look on this path, and now I am going to try to carry Jamaican history to the youngsters for them to learn from all the legends. Not just me, not just Shane, but we're going to get each legend and walk back the generations that we can actually learn, because if we don't learn from the masters, we're going to reach the same plateau. We're going to plateau at 2200 and not have that 24, 25, 2600, which we will have in the next couple of years. So Mario, big up my youth, respect. You are one of the main reasons I've looked on this. So
we have our first homegrown Jamaican GM watching us right now. So it's going to happen. Big things are going to happen. Yes. That our first homegrown GM is watching right now. It's just a matter of time. Yes. All right. So what you were saying earlier with this game, Jomo, is exactly that. And of course, I'm playing Walter Avenciba, a grandmaster, and he's a former World Junior Champion. He won the World Junior Champion title, I think, in 2001 or somewhere thereabouts. And so I decided here to play. You remember I told you about the native and that there are a couple of moves that I play as the 6 move for white. I decided to go the route of the English attack. Now, the English attack is very popular and became very popular in the late 80s. But I will tell you this. I was playing this move in as early as 1984. I played this move with the same idea, Bishop E3 and G4, because I thought that this idea, attacking on the king side, was as in the dragon, was also effective in the native. And I started playing this system before it became popular. A lot of people would know that, but I actually have a lot of junior game against David Nichols with this system, and it would have been as early as 84, 85. But anyway, so I decided to use the system against Avenciba, and they move out of here. I mean, I could play Bishop E3 first, but and this could go to another system here. Of course, Bishop G5 is a response, Bishop C1, and Black can just repeat. And so this is a possibility. But I just play F3, which I don't want that variation. So he plays E6. Of course, this is another way of playing against the English attack. Of course, also popular is going for the E5, which is typical of the native mainland. But he's playing a system that I am very familiar with as black as well. So I am quite at home here as black and with white. So I am continuing. So we're going to have a battle here. And not because he's a GM, I am not cowering, right? And he's going to have to show me, because I am bringing it to him. not the other way around. All right, so b5, queen d2, and d7, g4. So at the time, this is a system that was very popular, as I mentioned. All of the top players who opened with e4 and were playing this line. And it was quite well analyzed, though. All right, so knight d6, g5. You know, whenever you get the chance to kick, because if he doesn't play a6, you just go for and kick the knight. And castle. Now, in this position here, I could have delayed castling, and I could have gone for maybe a4, which is another system that I've also played. I played the system with a4, and you go a5. Not a5. You could play knight a2, or you can play a5. But oops, go back here, f3, and bd7. So I opted for castling. Bishop b7, bishop d3, knight d5. Here it is clear that black is going to get off one of these bishops. I don't really care about that. As far as I'm concerned, black's king is still uncastled, and it is a target for me. I play king b1, prophylactic move, and he goes for the bishops. I play queen e2, knight takes, queen takes, and now b4. All right. He's getting a little bit of space on the king side, but this is telling me that black has no intention of castling on the queen side. So he's either going to castle on the king side, or his king is going to get stuck in the center. Knight ce2 and queen b6. So in this position here, I'm saying, oh, very interesting. I have to now take some action towards this king. And I mean, here, White's move is quite obvious. I mean, the position is calling for f4. The position is calling for f4. Of course, a much slower idea is h4, but h4 is not really to the theme of the position. All right? So I play f4, the immediate f4. And black has a choice here now. G6 is not one of them, nor G5, G4. This knight is being trapped over here. He either has to take this bishop or go back to D7. Knight takes bishop is not a very good move for black, because this knight really is needed for a lot of defensive roles in the black position. And knight d7 is actually best, which is what the GM played. But here in this position, I remember an idea that I had seen from a Rosa type of attack, where white plays e5, exposing the queen, attacking to the rook at a8 with the queen at c7. And after bishop b7, the queen goes to h3, and then black takes a pawn at e5, and then white sacks at e6. And I looked at this position, and I had the same idea here, and I said, why doesn't this idea work in this position? Of course, not with an e5 push, but with the immediate queen h3, which is what I played.
So Cesar, thanks once again.
G6.
Thanks, and it's really good having you, Shane, and I really appreciate the congrats from you. So Shane, we're being bigged up as IMs by Cesar. Respect, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Cesar. Okay. All right. All right. And this move G6, black at some point may want to play E5, and it wants to prevent the knight from coming into F5. You know, a knight at F5 in the nail off is very powerful.
Big up MasterHinds.
Black really has to do something about his king position, because I am just building up slowly until I'm going to strike. And here I thought rook F1, preparing possible F5. And I'm going to open up on the black king position with this position. So he plays bishop G7. Now when he plays bishop to G7, that is asking for trouble. And trouble is what I love, because the problem is that with bishop G7, he no longer has coverage of the king at e8. And here the position is now calling out, not for f5, but my next move, knight e6.
And I remember seeing this shit. Hold on. So
Yeah.
big up FM Lawn. Next month your time to be here and showcase because you have a lot of stories to tell, my friend. Shane, when I saw this move, boy, the smile was from here. So I am somebody who try not to show too much emotion on the chessboard. And when I saw NE6, the smile was from here, so to here, so Shane. And I was like, yeah, Shane doing him thing.
Bob Wheeler was sitting down and watching the match, and immediately when I played this move, Bob got out of his seat and just kept his distance, but he had to stand up and to look at the game, you know. And then, you know, looking at the game, I mean, black has to take, and then queen takes. And now the GM is pondering his next move. And Bob didn't want to stay looking at this game because, you know, he doesn't want to be accused of saying, well, indicating that something is happening here. I mean, I know something is happening here. I mean, I'm constructing all of this. But he went to look at the other games. And I mean, you know, as I had mentioned earlier, the other games were quite impressive too. I mean, Cuba was in trouble on all four boards. And White is winning here. I mean, you know, I have it stockfish right here as I'm putting on the move. Have it here as that black is +3 up here, you know. And you know, the problem, my problem was the clock at this point in time. But let's go. So king d8. As I said, the king has to find safety somewhere, right? And I played the stockfish. I played the move that stockfish is recommending here. Of course, I've burned time. Queen f7. I'm making room. And it's unfortunate that I didn't find the best continuation. So Black's best move is bishop f8. And this is the highlight of queen f7, because if black has to know his the bishop has no square. And the only other move apart from bishop f8 was probably bishop c3. Of course, if he has to play such a move, you know, I mean, king a1 will win the bishop. But of course, he doesn't. The grandmaster is not interested in playing such a move because that is giving up. He's throwing in the towel if he has to play such a move. So bishop f8, and in this position here, there were two options: the move I played as well as f5, and f5 was reasonable, but f5 also has a drawback. Remember now what I mentioned about this knight having a major defensive role. f5 kind of gives this square for the knight. He can't play it yet because of the queen fork at f6, but he can prepare it. But the beauty about f5 is that it enables this knight to jump in at f4, and all of a sudden we see this knight hitting squares at e6 and d5. Yeah, so they were. It's a good move. I thought, however, that the move I played was stronger, e5, and it is actually, well, stockfish. I don't know how strong stockfish is in comparison to, you know, like AlphaZero and any other program that we have here now. But stockfish is actually recommending e5, which is what I played as well, because I mean I am looking to open files here as well. So it's not just about the knight. I'm thinking that e5 clears a path for the bishop. It's going to encourage an opening of the d file, and at the end of the day, I still have potentially an f5 move if he doesn't swap. There's also e6 that black has to reckon with, because e6 is a threat followed by qf6, which he has to defend, and he defends that by playing bishop e7. And here in this position is perhaps where I could have won the game almost effortlessly. And it tells you that sometimes simplicity is best.
Yeah.
Queen g7 is a natural winning move here. Maybe I shouldn't say the word natural, but here black has to move his rook. because king c7 drops the bishop at e7. And when he moves the rook, white is immediately picking up these 2 pawns and winning on the king's side with these 2 pawns. And his rooks are still not connected, his king is still open for just a piece. And so this is a game that, I mean, at this point in time, obviously I would have converted this, but I should have converted it at the opportune time here, but I faltered under the pressure of the clock, and the GM is giving up stiff resistance.
That's what I remember. No time at all on your clock.
Yes, I was right down because
we didn't have increments at this time either, Shane. So it was we had to make a number of moves in the time limit without increments. I remember that.
Yes. Because to get the time added on. And I mean the GM, of course, he has a far more experience than me, and he's defending and playing fast. He's playing fast. And after this move, okay, it's inferior to QG7, but white is still better here. He takes, and now here I still have an opportunity to continue, and I do my best. Knight d4. Of course, queen takes is a bad move. If black plays queen takes, I think you all see the follow-up. Bishop f5. Attacking the queen and showing the mate, and the queen can't defend the knight. So knight d4 is a very good move, because it has the same advantage of the f5 move with the knight getting into e6. Here, black has to play king c8. As I said, he has to run for cover. And of course, with this move, he's kind of getting out of the potential fork here when he moves the knight. And here I went astray. This is where I think I went astray, because here I still had the opportunity of playing queen g7. And the rook still has to move. Let's say rook e8, I can still play this. And let's say queen here, look, it still fails the bishop f5. It still fails the bishop f5. And so this is still, we could still consider this a winning position here for white. And I play the move bishop c4. Oops. After this move, bishop knight d4, king here, I played bishop c4. And this gave away quite a bit of advantage that I had. This gave black good defensive opportunity here now, which of course he's taking advantage of. Here I have two pawns for the piece, but I have to show something for it. And I missed the opportunity of playing queen g7 all along. And finally, I'm playing queen g7. Finally, queen g7 comes. But it's a little bit too late. I mean, I find a winning idea, but it's a little too late. Black can now defend this position. He plays rook f8. I play queen h7. And now bishop g2. And this move is not so good. Rook fe1. Bishop takes f4. And here is where I think I fell apart. Here the position is calling for knight e6. Knight e6. This would have this is a big. It's working the rook and the bishop. So black has to take basically. And now bishop check. Black has to move the king. And here you see these pieces are loose, and I have a strong attack going here. The rooks have not gotten connected whatsoever. Queen e7 and white is winning. I have an advantage of almost +3 here. Even though I'm down a piece, but 2 pawns and the black king position is open. So I still had opportunity of coming back in the game. But instead of knight e6, I went for rook e7. And guys, this basically threw away the game because Black has very good defensive ideas here after this move, and it's a natural looking move because the rook is going down to e7. But I should have tried to get rid of this knight first with knight e6 because this knight is covering critical squares. Black is now just grabbing up pawns, and what is he doing? He's removing the rook off of the 7th rack because this rook has no squares. I have to go up, and it's over. And I didn't have any time here in this position. I was just living on increments here, and in such a position against the GM. And he played badly here too. Bishop f6 is not the best move here for Black. Here, Black should take the opportunity of just bringing in this rook into the game and removing all threats. Here he plays bishop f6 because he's just winning on the clock. He's just winning on the clock. And I'm faltering here. I grab this pawn here, and this is the move to play because and this is the drawback of bishop g6. And I'm also attacking the bishop here, and it's still 2 pawns for the piece. But he has defensive maneuvers here. Of course, queen takes bishop leaves this bishop this rook hanging. Yeah. But here I think I have the opportunity of playing queen g4 check. I played rook check. I just wrap this up quickly here, Jomo, because I lost my chance here. Rook takes, queen takes.
But I think everybody sees the point of just not being afraid of these GMs. Going playing the way you're supposed to. Yeah. They're human, they can get beaten.
Right. And here, this is just to show you the kind of time trouble I am. This is what I played, knight c6. And this is a free piece. And that's the end of the game.
Let's not get into
I just resigned after this check.
But Shane, this game had a tremendous impact on me. Tremendous impact on me. And it motivated me to do such things later on in my chess career, because you showed me immediately that these guys, you're not afraid of these guys. These guys can get beaten, so you beat them. So that's amazing, boy. All right, back to the chat. So now, next question: who is Shane's favorite player? So let's see who hits that in the chat to see who challenges Shane next. Who is Shane's favorite player?
A lot of people are going to guess.
It's the first one. It's the first one. Some things coming in already. No, guys, that's the second and third. So let's see who hits first. All right, keep going, keep going. Stop. Lindo earns the right. Lindo San earns the right to play you. So Lindo San, send the challenge to Shane, please.
And who is it they guessed?
Kasparov. Kasparov is Shane's favorite player. Yeah. So Lindo, send the challenge to Shane.
Oh. That's DarkPanda? No.
No, DarkPanda is after Lindo. Not DarkPanda. DarkPanda didn't earn the right as yet. But DarkPanda, you will get.
I'm waiting. He's going to send the challenge, or I must send it?
Either or. If you know what Lindo's name is, send the challenge to Lindo.
I know it's 6-move draw, but if he can do it quicker than I can. Okay, I think he's got it here. Okay, I'm accepting it.
So yes, Kasparov is Shane's favorite. After that is Fischer. I thought it was Fischer also. So when we're discussing.
Yes, Fischer was my favorite. And you know, like I tell people, I'm not a diehard. For example, let's use politics. Let's use politics as an analogy. I mean, you know, it's not one. I'm not a one-party person. I will vote to whichever party is bringing and presenting something that looks doable and so forth. And it's the same. I mean, I was very overwhelmed by Fischer's brilliance in the 80s, and later on, as I said, and because I was also very much fond of Mikhail Tal as well, right? But as I went further up the ladder run was a little bit more exposed. I saw a lot more of Kasparov and I are about the same age. And when I saw Kasparov perform in '82, I was also quite impressed, very impressed. And and then so Kasparov and Fischer were always up there for me. And eventually when I saw how Kasparov was still playing this level of chess against the likes of these up and coming group of players. I'm talking about Anand. I'm talking about Kramnik. I'm talking about Topalov. I'm talking about Svidla. You get where I'm coming from. He still maintain that level, of chess, and was to command, to be world champion at such a high level, man. That is something to be to aspire for, and trust me, Jomo, that was really how I became a big fan of Gary. Gary was just awesome, man. Awesome.
I see Michael Christie reach on. Michael, you should have come on earlier. We could have win that English league early on. You and Valence needed to have jumped on just a little earlier for us to win that. Rohit did well, but he needed you guys to back him up today. So last Mondays, remember to jump on because we want to win that English league.
And Jomo, as I said, that Olympiad was so inspiring because I see you have another game there, my game against another GM, Errol Dervishi from Albania. Yes. And that was a few moments have been outstanding during the whole chess career. And I mentioned the time with John Powell in that June when John Powell kept on moving the king versus king. But another moment later on was at that game in round 5 against the GM Dervishi, because the Grandmaster offered me a draw, and I turned it down.
I have the honor of all of these members, Shane, being playing at the same time as you and watching.
But sweet was your reaction, because I mean you are playing and when you hear me turn down the draw and the look, I said to myself, I said, but Joe was saying, but wait, she ain't turn around GM off of a draw.
I think it was me and you pressing on Albania. We're both left pressing on Albania.
Pressing, of course.
So both of us were pressing on Albania, and I hear the GM off of your draw. And what you miss, Shane? Lindo will never let you leave this now. Right? Let's stop talking, Shane. Fight. Come, Shane. You are the magician for a reason. Man. You are the magician. Fight.
Yes. All right. Okay.
Stop, fight.
All right. Wait. No, man. Play Lindo. That's yours. And Alicia, I can't believe this.
Don't worry. Don't. Fight. We never give up. This is peace. I never give up.
Oh, boy. Got distracted there, guys.
Yeah, man. So just focus, Shane.
Yeah, man. Got distracted there, guys. But yes, and man, it was such a lovely game. I was quite disappointed with the result because I know I had an opportunity.
So but what we're going to do,
even more important, I was happy not to lose. Because I mean, he had chances.
Don't give it away, Shane. So what we're going to do is after this, I talk a little, and then you play through the 2 nominees for Game of the Week, and then we go to that game. So we'll finish off with that game.
Okay.
Because that is a tremendous game.
Oh boy, I'm losing horribly here though. Lindo Sandman.
Yeah, the great Mark Bowen said to check him for steroids.
Yeah, just got this momentarily distracted there with but
Memory lane,
anyway,
man, it worth it. Don't worry
it's
about it. You're imparting a lot of
yes.
knowledge on Jamaica juniors, even the seniors, and we live. I know you not live down Lindo beating you, but it's worth it.
That's all
It's
right.
worth it.
That's all right, man. Lindo Sandman. Linda should try and clock you, you know. No, Jomo, I should just resign and we go to something else here, man.
Well, DarkPanda has
I'll
been
keep things
waiting,
this.
so DarkPanda is next. So as soon as it finishes, DarkPanda will send you that invite. He has
Okay.
tried at least 5 times already.
Lindo San.
Shiraz said that's for leaving him off the JC team. So he was highly motivated. It's like when he play with highly motivated.
All right, Lindo. Okay, Lindo. You got the free queen and you won.
Alright, Dark Panda, send through that invite, that challenge, please.
Yeah, it came and gone. It's gone. Yeah. Oh, it's challenging
Alright,
there now. Okay.
congrats, Lindo. Congrats.
All right. No more mistakes.
Alright, settle in and time for Dark Panda.
Sorry about that last game, guys. No more mistakes. It seems some players have been inspired by the Sicilian
Yeah, that's all they
defense.
get in.
Yeah. Since I just went through this, let's play this. Who is this, by the way? DarkPanda?
This is Shamir Martin, up and coming youngster from Glenmuir.
Samir?
Yeah, man.
Oh, Samir Martin. Okay.
Had a huge weekend. We'll big him up in a little while in my big up section.
Okay.
He had a really big weekend.
I hope my little student Khalil is looking. Khalil, are you looking? Are you watching?
So Linda, if Khalil not watching, go get Khalil. Make sure I'm watching.
Well, I haven't looked at some of these lines in ages.
Yeah, but you are the magician and I'm a cheerleader. So guys, remember next week we have FIDE Master Warren Elliott, who will be here next week Monday. And the following week we'll be having Dwayne Rowe, Candidate Master Dwayne Rowe. So the first 3 episodes will be playing out my dream team. The team that I played beside for years and the team that I know has so much to offer Jamaican chess in terms of memory, in terms of guidance, and just general advice. So next week will be Warren, the following week Dwayne. Tomorrow we stream as PCI plays a team from Ecuador. So tomorrow at 8 o'clock we stream that match. And again, Terence, bigging up Jamaica Rooks for your comprehensive victory tonight. Proud of you guys. Proud of you guys.
Bishop B6. Bishop B6 looks like the move. Bishop B6 looks like the move. Bishop B6, Queen B8. Bishop takes rook. Knight takes, doesn't work. Alright. So let's play with a little bit of precaution here. Let's go for this. Bishop B6 is a little loose.
Fourth win in a row. Well done, guys. Well done.
Let's play this move.
Agreed, FM Lawn. This year, next year, school thing going to be hot. It's going to be hot. And I've seen people saying that Shamir is a free agent. I don't know. I don't know. Glenmore will cry and a number of schools will run for him if that's the case.
Am I asking for trouble with this next move? Asking for trouble with this next move. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Come DarkPanda. You don't want the pawn? Yes, take the pawn. A little bit of fireworks will soon happen. Whether for black or for white, that's the question. Oh, he's taking long to think here, though. Interesting, interesting, interesting. What's his idea? He wants to play the knight to c5. That isn't gonna help. Okay. We play gh6. This first. Ooh, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. All right, we don't want the king to hide there, right? So we promote. We want open lines. And now we give one check here. Check, check, check. Interesting. Let's play this move. My knight at b3 is doing its job. What is this? He's gonna get mated. Alright, he forgot about this checker. Alright, and this is mate. G4 and E4 is mate, yes. Alright.
Alright, so DarkPanda got his request to play. So Shane, can you go to the first game of the week? Don't start it yet, because I have to do some big ups. So every week we big up the performances for the week. So I need to big up Sir MasterHinds winning Red Scorpio and had a victory over an IM. So big up Sir Hinds. Amy won the inaugural Daily Caribbean under 1800. Big up Amy. Shamir, we just played, won the inaugural Daily Caribbean over 1500. So big up there, sir. Bruce are learning the process. He came second in the R&D Open. Rohit came second in the R&D Under 12. Ronak, big up also, came second in the Under 10. We had Darren, who drew with an IM this week. Big up. And boy, some personal sentimental big ups. Big up to Max Latch, who did really well and just celebrated his birthday. Big up. Nathan, proud of you. If the Walsh is in the house, I saw the certificate that you got from you. Proud of you, little youth. And Shamir, you did well this week. So that's the big ups for me. For me, player of the week have to be MasterHinds, though. That Red Scorpio picture and the victory over the IM. The player of the week for PCI, MasterHinds. So big up. Shane, let's start. Introduce. So you're the first. So let me head over back.
Okay.
And we're going to go now to the first game of the week nominee. We have 2 nominees, guys. And how does it work? We're going to play both of them, and then you're going to vote in the chat whether it's game 1 or 2. So now this week was a little strange for us because the 2 game of the weeks came from youngsters. And the first one is actually Bahamas Hope, who you saw play against Shane. This is a 9-year-old. Yeah, Maxthemaster. Yes. This is a 9-year-old. And it was amazing the attacking feat he put together. So Shane, can you walk us through this game, please? So the first nominee is Max the Master.
Maxthemaster. Okay, so here Max is playing
white in this game.
Cameron. Oh, is it CWK? Chess Biscuit? Chess Biscuit? I don't know. Okay.
That's who he's playing.
Alright, let's go. B Cameron. Alright, so Max opens with E4. E5. E5, man. Hard to meet. Knight F3. Knight F6. Guys, this is a Petrov defense, also known formally as the Russian defense. Hard to beat, but nonetheless, let's see how the game proceeds. Okay, this is deviating here now. Of course, normal here is D6. A mistake would be Knight E4 because of Queen E2. And obviously, Knight moves, loses to this. But Black still has a chance here, but he will be playing the rest of the game a pawn down. Queen takes Knight, and D6. And of course, Black will just ensure that he retains a pawn advantage.
Warren, but he gets bring back memories, Warren. Warren and I prepared this in depth, Shane. You bring back memories, Warren?
Alright, so let's go back to the game here. So Black, oops, I'm going too far back. Yeah, Black proceeded with Knight C6 instead. So after exchanges, then White is going to try to hold on to his pawn. And there he goes. So White is already a pawn. Let's see how it proceeds. Bishop C4. Both players are playing active, but this is
hold on 1 second. Shiraz, you have seen Dwayne play this, the Knight E4, because why that is actually funny because is that Warren prepared it. What I was talking about was Warren's and my preparation for a Blitz championship where we prepared it in depth and was highly successful with it. So that is actually a mark of respect to opening prep if what you just said is true. And that brings smile to my face, Shiraz. Good memories, Warren.
Yeah. Bishop C4 here looks like a mistake. Huh? You know, I don't know, but let's consider the game. Yeah. Queen D6, Queen E7. So here, White is threatening a fork, right? He's threatening E5, a fork in the Queen and the Knight. So Black has to do something about that. Alright, he decides to attack the Queen. But, alright, so he can't play E5 because White's Queen is under attack. But he attacks the Bishop. So he has 2 threats now. He is threatening the Bishop at G4 and he's still threatening E5. And unfortunately, Black can't really parry both threats. But let's see what happens. He plays Bishop E6. That's okay. He plays this move. And look at how the game proceeds here now. Bishop takes bishop, and this is how black was playing to keep back the piece. So if white captures back the bishop here, then black can safely recapture the pawn here with check, and the game comes back to being equal. So white, having played that move, continues with the same idea, f3. So see, the position is almost the same.
What's amazing, Shane, is that this is a 9-year-old working this out over the board. That's what's amazing to me. That this was a 9-year-old working this out over the board.
Right. So instead of grabbing up the bishop back here, he decides, well, I'm still attacking your queen, and I can take the piece with check. And maybe I can still win the bishop at c4. So he plays d3. Black plays queen d4, and this is not the best response, of course, but of course, white has done well with this d3 move, and black has to find some correct way to not lose a piece. He's going to lose a piece, but he doesn't want to lose a second piece. And unfortunately, this doesn't help that either, because he's taking this knight with check, and after he does that, he's now winning the other piece. But what is interesting about this game is, what is white going to do about this spin? And maybe this is what black was playing for.
And again, Shane, I have to remind the spectators, white is a 9-year-old. So
very impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive for a 9-year-old.
Yeah, the future of Bahamas chess.
All right, so there's a pin with the queen against the king, so he has to block because white doesn't want to give up the queen. And so black's next move is kind of obvious. He's going to go for it. f5. All right, let's see how black maneuvers out of this now. He wants to develop this bishop and maybe get his king into safety to castle. But this b2 pawn is kind of hanging loose. So what does white play? c3. Interesting. So now he can develop his bishop and prepare to castle, getting his king to safety. You see, he has no future in castle on this side because of the diagonal that black has complete control over. And queen goes here, queen goes to d2. Alright, this is quite unusual, but interesting. White is playing very aggressive here because what it is he wants to do, he's not really concerned about his safety. White wants to go all in on the black king. So he wants to penetrate on this diagonal. Just like how black had the control over the a7 to g1 diagonal, white wants to come over here and harass the black king. Black takes the material and of course open lines for some defensive role of the queen on the king side. White will have none of it and goes to check the black king. So this rook is now out of the game. But let's see how white continues the game. And this next move is very mature for a 9-year-old job, f4. And why I say this is because one piece cannot conduct the attack successfully, and he has no time to bring out his bishop here. Reason being is that this is now going to be winning for black. So what does white do? He tries to keep the e5 close and plays f4. Okay, queen e7. This hands back a big advantage. So white f5. So not only now has he closed the e file, but he's going back with his original idea of bringing in the dark square bishop, and that will to continue the attack on the black king. Rook f8, bishop g5 as we just highlighted, queen to e5, queen has to move, and finally f6. Threatening mate here, so black has to play a move like rook f7, which is still losing, but he has to defend the
after queenside castle, rook f7, queenside castle, and the game is finished. So
And it's yes, and white is still winning in all. Yeah, and of course because of the king position and the sad rook at h8.
no.
But he plays e3, and white sees his mate in ones. Right, Mr. Winter, run burgundy, study your mate in ones.
Yep.
Queen g7. There we
And
go.
again to the spectators, remember you will vote. So this is game one. So at the end, you type game one or game two, and the one with the most votes wins. Also, if you're new to the channel, remember to follow. Alright? So this was game one played by a 9-year-old. So that's really impressive seeing this from a 9-year-old. Can you go to nomination 2, Shane?
Let me see. Okay, here we go. I see Bull 18, and Baptiste 876.
So this is now John's submission for Game of the Week. So the second nominee is John the Baptist. And John is a 13-year-old student at Wolmer's. So let's go through Mr. IM.
Okay. Alright, let's see if he baptizes his opponent here. Knight f3. Alright.
Richard for the follow.
Richard ready. c6, c4. Okay, d6. Not with the team of the a type of Slav setup. It will be more d5 will be more to the point. I haven't played c6. But alright, let's not divert for that much. Alright, so d6. I mean it's still a game. And it's what's the time control for this game here?
This one was 10 plus 5.
Okay.
The first one was 7 plus 5. This one is 10 plus 5.
Okay. Alright, so white is grabbing up space and black is playing a type of position where he's just waiting for white to show his hand there, right? Nothing has passed the third rank here. Queen c7, a little bit too early for the queen. I mean, you know, the king side still needs to come out at some point. e5, again a little too early. I mean, these pieces really need to be out. Bishop b2. Alright, so white is playing in a classical, fianchetto setup. Knight gf6 finally. Knight c3. Bishop e7. Okay, g3. Playable. He's got a kind of King's Indian setup here with the white pieces. King's Indian attack. a6, castle. Okay. What black is doing here now is setting the pawn structure. Anytime you have a pawn move in the center or a capture, you are almost saying, well, alright, this is the pawn structure that we're going to work with. And what has happened here is black is giving himself a backward d pawn, which can be a target for white. What black tries to get out of this position is some play on the dark squares, and in a line I used to play is he would eventually play c5 because the pawn is backward, and eventually try to work a knight, get a knight to the d4 square to challenge here. I don't think that's going to work in this position here. So it's white who has a bigger pool in this position. So all right, let's continue. Knight d4, knight c5. No, I'm not giving you any space. I'm going to take all of the space I can. That's what white is saying with this move. The knight goes back, and now a3. All right, let's try the other side.
So Darren, I see your message that you submitted, so I will enter it into next week's own because it wasn't put here. So my apologies. It will be entered into next week's own. So Darren had also submitted Shane.
Okay. Yeah, man. Alright, so knight e5. So black is hitting at a target on c4. So f4 here doesn't work to knight c4. Right? So he has to cover c4 first. He does so with queen e2. A flexible move and following an opening basic principle of wanting to connect the rooks and lifting your queen to, one or two squares and still keeping an eye on critical squares, Alright, so bishop g4.
So you submit game, by simply WhatsApping it to me. So just simply contact me with the game and send it in, and we will review it, shortlist, and present the following week. The game has to be played during the week. So it starts from today up until Sunday. Yeah, Shane.
All right, so this move forces f3 because the queen will have no other square to go to and keep an eye on c4. So this move has encouraged and basically forced black to respond with f3. And now bishop d7. Okay, black plays rook a e1. And this is interesting because I think with this move, he's not going to be focusing on the target here. White looks like what he wants to do is to force through on either the center or the king
You'd
side
never know how this
because
game
this rook is still
explodes,
on the
Shane.
f1.
You'd never know how this game exploded, Shane.
Yeah. All right, so black continues with c5. Otherwise, he's going to be suffocated by white slowly. Knight f5. He's taking advantage of these holes now. And he's another one has been created here at d5, by the way, after black's last move, c5. Bishop takes knight. A knight at f5 is a very strong piece against a castle king. Very strong attacking piece. You don't want to keep that knight there. So bishop takes knight, pawn takes, and black has to keep an eye here on this bishop at d8, bishop at e7, because in some lines he may be able to kick the knight with f4, knight goes back to c6, and then he could play a future b5, kicking the defender of e7 and winning. Black does so by playing bishop to d8. However, he may want to have considered, again, following basic opening principles, putting your rook on an open file perhaps, of course you have to be looking out for the rook. If white is able to kick this knight, then that could be mating problems on the background. Not at this point in time. But bishop to d8, probably a more inferior move. So I think rook move might have been something to have considered. All right, but let's go back. So bishop to d8, b5, grabbing up space, and he's also preventing the knight from going back to c6. In other words, this knight is going to have to go to d7 at some point when white decides to play a move like f4. He may want to drive back the other knight with g4 and g5. As I said, he's going to attack on either the center or the king side or both, because white has a big spatial advantage. And when he kicks this knight at f6, not only is the bishop going to come into action after f4, but this knight is going to hop in at d5 as well. So white has a big spatial advantage. Rook to b8. Black is struggling to find moves here. g4, as we said, king side and center. h6. He's just trying to slow it down, and now h3. You see, he wants to play the f4 move now, but he has to defend g4. So white's moves are coming almost straightforward. You see, once you get the position, your moves are going to be a lot easier to find. A lot easier to find. f4, natural. Knight e7, the only safe square for the knight, and now finally g5. So you see, white is driving black's knights back, and it's just a matter of technique now how to convert this big spatial advantage that he has obtained. hg, fg, rook e8, trying to buy some time, and one would think now that white will play a natural move like, for argument's sake, maybe queen f3 or queen over to try and infiltrate. But John the Baptist decides, no, I'm going to continue with the attack, and I'm proceeding with this sack. And it's a powerful sacrifice because black's pieces are totally out of harmony. This rook is idle at b8. The queen is offside from the king, and these pieces are not defending the king, the lonely black king. Whereas white's bishop is pointing to the king. This rook is now going to come into the game with check. This bishop will quickly take up a dominant position, and all white has to do is get this rook and knight over to the king side. And I think Aaron Nimzowitsch said it that, once you have three pieces attacking the king, your attack should be successful. And here it is, white is going to have, let me see, let me count. Is it 12 or 13 pieces? Could be about 13. It's because these pawns are are included too. These pawns are very dynamic. All right, so black defense. He brings up a piece to the defense of the lonely king. G6. He's opening lines because if white takes, he has this, and here's this rook threatening the knight, because you can't even defend this way because you're going to be taken with this rook, and that's going to lead to a mate. And also the bishop at G7 is just waiting to come in and check as well. After taking at G6, of course. So this is the position that black is finding it hard to defend. So he brings back his queen because he has to try and bring his pieces back now over to the king side. And like we said, the bishop is now taking a dominant position here. He's going to get this pawn here, and he's going to. So white is threatening a mate or to win the queen in this position. Because after taking here, if the king goes to h8, then rook f8 is mate. So he has to either get another piece to defend f8, or he's going to lose. So black plays bishop f6. So here, the rook at b8 is X-ray protection at the knight at f8. White continues with this move. King h8 is played. So we want more pieces. This bishop has taken up a defensive role. White decides, let's get rid of this bishop. Knight a4. And of course, there's a lot of moves here that white could play here, because he could play it with tempo. One move could be b6, because the idea is if queen takes, then that leaves the rook at b8 hanging. And then, the queen has no squares. And of course, rook takes rook. I can play this. Yeah. So b6 was an option here to the move here. Of course, white could have been in time trouble and missed b6. At a4, a strong move. You're trying to eliminate the pieces that are defending the king. So at a4, pawn takes a pawn. Okay. All right, let's eliminate the bishop. Oh, you take the knight. But this bishop is still very active here now. Bishop at f6. This bishop is attacking a lot of potential here. And I like this move here. This move. I like this move. This move is bringing in another piece to the attack. I'm not interested in saving the bishop. He takes the bishop, and white plays rook check. Of course, this is also interesting. This should also lead to a forced mate, but let's not divert too much. Rook check, because you can get it with check in any case with your turn to move. Because if he plays king h8, you get the same position with white to move. So black is having none of that. He's going to play his king over. And the thing is, when you're playing attacks, and if there is nothing there, at least you have a draw in the bag, because you could continue with checks and have a perpetual check. But John the Baptist says, no, I have checkmate, and I'm going for the checkmate, going for the jugular. And this move does just that. And believe it or not, he's threatening mate in a few moves, and there is absolutely nothing that black can do to stop it. It's the computer has it as mate in 12. Mate in 12. It's a force mate. Black allows it a little earlier than that with the following moves. Rook h6, and obviously here he doesn't see it. So it goes from 12 to 6. Check. And the way to delay it is to actually go back to g7 and block back with the knight at g6. But he didn't see the mate, and now it's gone from mate in 12 to mate in 2. Rook check, king has to take, and John the Baptist baptizes Mr. Bull 181818 with mate in 1.
Brilliant.
There you go. Well done.
We had two really nice games. You had the first game by the 9-year-old Max, and then I've been corrected, the 14-year-old John in the second game. So guys, let's vote in the chat. Game 1, which is Max, or game 2 for game of the week. So start your voting now. So game 2, 1 for game 1. Come guys, get that in. Game 2, game 1.
Are we doing game 3, Jomo?
No.
Okay, just 2. Okay.
Yeah. We go back to Peralta in a little while. Game 1. So currently 6-3, 7-3. Alright, so another 10 seconds and then we'll close off. So anybody who hasn't voted, who wants to vote, 10-4. So the 7-4, 8-4. And this is really exciting because these guys played their hearts out this week. Alright, so if no other votes, let's stop it there.
And
so
the winner is
John the Baptist with Max coming second. So John, congrats and well done, especially that this was played in a high pressure match for PCI this week. So we have Lindo giving the final scores there. Congratulations to John. Well done. Well done. And Shane, we're going to move back into your last game, which was one of the most exciting games that I have witnessed you playing. So
the Dervishi game?
Dervishi game.
Okay.
So Dervishi game.
This is
Before that, so you have loaded the Dervishi game. Alright, so guys, the fastest person, hold on Shane, fastest person to send Shane a challenge plays him now. So go.
Who's that?
Whoever it is that sent you the first challenge, Shane, accept it.
Okay. None has come through yet.
Alright, so let's see. So Shane is Ultra Dread 4, so let's save you some time. Ultra Dread 4, nobody over 2,000 Fide.
Okay, I see Darren here.
Alright, so click Darren. Let's see Darren.
Oh, Darren challenge came off and Sinboy is on, but Darren came in first.
Alright,
do I accept Sinboy?
Yes, accept Sinboy and then we'll play Darren right after.
Alright. KC old boy, man.
So announce who's Sinboy? Shane.
Yes, I'm playing Sinboy here.
Yeah, man, and who is Sinboy?
Brandon.
Laban.
Yes.
Okay, good. So this will be exciting.
I'll play a dragon again.
So after this, McKennis line up to sell your challenge. Lindo's dragon. Alright, Lindo. Nobody can talk to you today, though. You're the man today.
Boy, I tell you, just when I was getting excited and talking about that match I had with at that Olympiad game
Yeah,
there,
man.
Linda take advantage and play knight b5, man.
Proper chess player,
Knight
maximize
c4.
him opportunity.
Boy.
And if there's any new person to the chat, welcome, and to the channel, welcome. And we'll be having this every Monday night. Next Monday, we'll have Warren, the following one row, as I play out my Fantastic Four over the first 3 weeks before going on to other legends. If you haven't followed, then please follow, and you'll be able to watch each of them each week along with matches played by PCI. The next PCI match is tomorrow against a team from Ecuador. What I'll do also, Shane, is on my YouTube, I'll start my YouTube channel, so we will put this up for all to come back as posterity, that they can have this interview, because generations to come need to say, who is the magician? What motivated him? What made him so great? And so I'll make sure that this will be up both on Twitch and on YouTube.
But Jomo, over the years, I tried to just play, natural. And of course, you come across, as I've said, disappointments. But really and truly, after your success at 2009, 2010, I could see your chess developing. You took it up a notch. You took it up a notch, in a big way. And you got the IM title successfully in same Bahamas at the sub-zone. And for me, that was a big thing. That was a big thing. Because for the first time, I mean, it's like, not only are we winning the sub-zone for the first time, and I'm not comparing with the latest tournament because Deborah has had her own success, but we winning the IM title. And that is something that we just was out of our grasp for so many years. And I was so happy to duplicate that success a few years later, 2018, and especially since I was on my, downturn, so to speak, in terms of my chess career. I mean, truly, that was something to behold and talk about.
Thank you, Shane. You saw how happy I was when you won. I was jumping up and down, man.
And I mean, it's no, players are going to see that we can do it. We can do it because it's been done, so we can do it. And I know they're going to be the numbers are going to grow.
Yeah.
The numbers are now going to grow. It's just a matter of time now. Sinboy not easy up here at all.
But Shiraz, don't worry, you're in my future for interviewing you. So trust me. And I will do an interview too, and probably have Warren and Shane as the people interviewing me in the near future. So get ready, Shiraz. I've already done my list over the next 2 months, and your name appears in there.
And it's like a 40-year relay. If you see where I'm going, I mean, the baton is being handed over. You know what I mean? It's good. It's good stuff.
My one regret with that is that Powell didn't lift the seat, because he was such a supporter. And I remember I had a huge tournament in Trinidad where I had beaten a couple of IMs and drew with Simotori, and as I landed, Powell was, did you get the IM norm? Did you get the IM norm? And that was
Yeah.
so that was my one regret that Powell didn't live to see Jamaica and Enos Grant. Those two players didn't live to
Yeah.
see after their vast investment in Jamaican chess that we got the IM,
Mm-hmm.
but not one, but two. And in the next couple of years, it's going to multiply. And I can tell you, I have still one hope and one dream, and that's if Warren is still there, that Warren gets it. So that's a hope and
Yes.
dream for me still. And I won't lie, it's
Mm-hmm.
a huge hope. And it's one of the things that will
Correct.
get me back playing if Warren says, hey, Jomo, I'm going for it. You need to come out and train. And you know that has got me back into chess multiple times. So that's one way
Mm-hmm.
for sure that I'll just start playing chess again if that is a name of Warren's.
And I have no doubt that if Warren will get it. I mean, as we said before, we know that we have the ability. We know we have the ability, and it is more, I think, a question of opportunity, because
Yeah.
that was what was a problem back in the day. Was just one of opportunity. But yeah, man, I tell you,
This boy not easing up. Shane, focus.
no, sir.
Focus, Shane. We talk after.
Yeah, yeah, I have to. Oh, don't I have to play C4? I'm messing this up. I
Let's
think I have to play
focus.
C4. Yeah.
Let's focus.
Mm-hmm. Let's time up a little bit. Mm. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm losing here, guys. No, man. I thought we had this increment here, man.
Yeah,
He can
late at
win.
night, boy, but these young boys coming hungry. Hungry, 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 Shane.
Well done, Brandon.
So, well done, Brandon. Sinboy. Alright, so last
Who's
Blitz game of the
next?
night, and then you go through your game against Dervishi.
Yeah, man. Darren. I see Darren challenging me.
Alright, so that's Darren now, and then so just commentate only about the game, Shane. Focus on your game.
All right. All right, Darren. Darren is playing the Caro Can. I'm gonna play a sideline here. I'm not booked up for these guys, so sometimes these little sidelines have to be utilized. Black was threatening bishop takes knight, pawn takes, and then rook h2. So I had to do something about that. I'm just prepared to queenside castle, and we'll have a game. Oh, okay. Interesting. That is interesting. Let's play this move. Let's take. Don't want to keep that queen overloaded. If I can manage to swap the queen and the rooks, I will be better in a minor piece endgame. It's not all about attack, attack, attack. It's an option. And we can play it with the best of two worlds. A move like rook d3 threatens to double the rooks and double and swap. It also has the potential of a rook over to h3 move. So rook d3 is a natural move. He can play a5 and try something over here, but I think my idea might be a little faster. Of course, he can pair that threat with.
Don't call out the idea too much, you know. Them sneaky, them will be listening to you to shade. Them young boys, so keep
that's
it.
True. Okay.
Keep it in the words. Them young boys will take any advantage.
All right, let me keep it a little on the down low here. All right, I'm going to continue with my plan here. Let's see what Darren does here. Right, kind of figured he was going to go for that.
So counter on the queen side.
Rook here, knight here, I take the bishop. Let's go for it. If nothing else, he can win this bishop, but I will play king over. Right, I take this. Now he plays that. Right. Let me see here now. The mate threat. So let's take care of the mate threat first. This move. So he's currently a piece down, but this piece is a little under fire. Alright. So the matrix is gone. I could play this. Then I could play this. And now I could check RG4. To be careful here. This knight is out of the game. He's looking at this pawn as well. I don't want to be timed on my queen. And if he threatens the mate again, how do I defend mate? I could just play c3. Alright, g4. Alright, and just stop the mate. This move. If knight check here, rook takes. And queen check here, the rook just blocks. Okay. I'll just play here. There's no hurry. Alright, I know my time is going down, so I have to play a little faster now. Let's get this queen active. He pushes, I will take, and then play c3 after taking. Okay, what's he doing? Alright, I will just play centralize the queen now. There's still no fork there. No knight d3 checks here. Take, and then I push once. Maybe bishop d3. No, queen check here. He's tied down his queen out to this e6 square. He could consider moving the king. Oh, he's moving it right away. He wants to threaten mate, but how do I stop the mate there? Okay, well, this is free. Yeah.
Yeah, but just
the time scrambled there.
So king h7, what would have happened? Go back and move?
Yeah, he had a move. He had a chance to king because I have
what was the thing
I can't take the rook because it's not check. How do I go back? Yeah, he had a chance here. He could play this move, king to a7, because I can't take the rook because it's not check. I have to do something about the mate here. And the only move I think I have is to move the bishop. And then he can mix it up now with queen check and queen d2 check.
Yeah, that's strange. That king h7 move.
Yeah.
Just see.
King h7 move. Yeah. Queen check, king here. You know, and I mean, he has this pawn here because all he has to do now is secure this rook after. I mean, both pieces are under attack. But I should be able to. Let me see. Queen check. Alright, queen h7.
Yeah.
Bishop e3. Queen a1, king d2, queen b2, king goes to e1. So he can now play queen c3 with check. So if nothing else, after king moves, he has knight f6.
After bishop e3.
He has knight f6. He just plays knight f6 after queen c3 check.
Did we have king h7 bishop e3? Did we? Okay.
Yeah. And I mean that's probably better for him.
Yeah. Alright, so Shane, let's move over to the Dervishi game.
Alright. Let me go back. Okay. Dervishi. Yeah. Okay. Alright, and once again another Sicilian.
Alright,
I'm on the black side, I understand.
This game showed me, it was one of the games that was just truly Shane Matthews when I saw it, and this was against JM Dervishi.
Alright, so here it is, I'm playing my nail off. And he's playing the classical A4 thematic to stop B5. Now I'm using a system that I played against this, and I used it against a 2300 rated player in the previous Olympiad, and I'm sure he must have seen this game, and he diverted. I'll show you where he diverted.
Thank you for following, really appreciated.
King h1, rook d8, queen e1, bishop e7. Right. This position occurred in another game that I had played 2 years earlier. And I got an excellent position as black against that guy from, I think it was Andorra. He was rated 2300. And I kind of went astray later in the game and had to fight for a draw. I basically won the guy's queen. But the guy, he put up a lot of resistance, and I were in time trouble again once again. And then I had to fight for a draw, and we drew in a tough endgame. I had to fight 2 pawns down in a rook and bishop ending. Anyway, this game here, Dervishi didn't play the move that the guy played, and he's going straight for my king with g4. Of course, in this position, black has not castled as yet. And so one would question a move like g4, because thematically one would expect bishop e3 followed by maybe queen to g3, and this is the kind of setup that black goes for in the classical, and he decided to go for g4. Now G4 kind of got my spider senses tingling because I sense that G4 cannot be right here in this position. But I recall also seeing some, not a game, but some analyses of, of a move like this. And an idea struck me, and I decided I will go with this idea. So I played h6, and now he plays bishop e3. So in this system here, black is asking for trouble if he castles on the king side. And of course, castle on the queen side is no longer possible because black has played an early rook d8. And it's interesting because one would ask then, what is black going to do? Well, in this kind of setup here, white's target is always e4. e4 is always a target in this kind of position here. The knight c5. So I'm hitting the e4 square with 3 pieces, only 2 defending, so bishop g1. And of course, natural move. Because the king h1 not only gets out of the danger of the potential threat of a pin of the knight at d4 with d5 move on bishop c5 or the immediate queen c5, but it also creates an avenue for the bishop to go on to and keep control of that diagonal. So bishop g1. And here was my time to execute my idea. And it's an idea that you may have seen in Richter Rosa position, g5. This is a thematic move. And the idea is sometimes, of course, get control over e5, because in a lot of these variations, black wants some control over the e5 square. But it's all now about the weaknesses on black and white's dark squares. So this move g5 is undermining the dark squares in white's position. Note, however, this move would not have been possible if the bishop was still at e3. So knight c5, bishop g1, no g5. So move order matters. And where it is, what is also this is also the practical aspect of the game. White played a move g4 because he wanted to assault black's king. But here we have it now that it's actually the other way around. And you will see what happens. f5. Upon a move like this is giving black what he wants. As I said, no, I mean, look at the rook h8. Look at the long diagonal. I mean, not only am I not looking for e5, I'm looking for potential d5, or both e5 and d5. But it is white's king that will soon come under fire in this kind of position. So white tries to close, not only close the king side here with f5, but he would love to get something going on the center now because they king at e8. Black plays the natural e5. I'm not interested in posting a knight on e5. My interest is controlling. I want control of all the dark squares. I'm driving your knight back, and I'm keeping the center blocked. Because I still have action going on the king side, because I have a nice lever on the king side, which is knight b3, h5. And this goes against the idea of the Sicilian, because in almost all variations of the Sicilian, black is supposed to be attacking on the king side. But not so nowadays. I mean, if you look at openings like the Kalishnikov or the Sveshnikov, it is the king's sorry, it is actually the king side and the center that black gets most of his play on, not so much on the queen side. Of course, in some lines of the Sveshnikov, you are playing on the queen side, but usually it's the big center and the king side that you're going for. And so, if you look at this pawn formation, we almost have this d6 e5, you know, kind of setup like in the Kalishnikov or the Sveshnikov. And so this idea with h6, g5, and now h5 it is putting white on the defensive. And if you're a GM and you're playing against a 2200 rated player from the Caribbean, you don't want to be in that kind of position. You are the one who's supposed to be throwing the punches. Here it is that black is taking the game to white. So GH5, this is almost forced. And I liked my follow-up move here. G4. G4. Because I still have control over the dark squares with this pawn at E5. I am now grabbing space with this move. I don't want to be swapping material here. I want to be assaulting the white king. Because in this position here, I want to capture this pawn with the rook. And I'm going to lift my king over to D7 and castle by hand, so to speak. Not necessarily run over to the king side, but more importantly, bring over the other rook to the attack. I'm hitting the H pawn. I want to open this diagonal. So there's a lot of things going on here for black. He has to still cover the E pawn here. He can't come off. And so with the same idea, rook H5. Rook D1. It's unfortunate, but white almost has nothing to do in this position. But kind of wait. It's hard for us to find a plan for white here to suggest anything for white. You could play knight D5, but knight D5, E D5. At the end of the day, that does nothing much for black. I mean, I could still play the idea of king over and doubling up the rooks, and I have a protected pass pawn. If you go to an endgame, this bishop can get into the game via G5. So there's still a lot going on here for black, and white has little play. So that's one possibility. He plays rook D1, bishop C6, and I played bishop C6 because I'm thinking that he can't do anything, and I can pick up a pawn, or I'm thinking also I could further pressure this pawn here. But I also had another idea in mind as well. But we'll see. So black decided to play knight takes C5. I take back, and now he plays knight D5. And here I decided that I can't leave this knight here on D5. So it was a matter now of deciding which piece to take it. Note here, however, that this pawn here is still loose. And one may consider knight D5, E D5. And is this pawn available? No, because this pawn is also loose. So queen E4 and then queen takes pawn. And I have not gotten the rooks coordinated as yet. So that may not be the best idea. I mean, it's still playable for black, but I don't want to be giving white too much play here. And so I opted for bishop takes. And I thought that this was more to the theme of what black wants in the position. Because the knight can play a greater role now against the king H1. He takes, and now rook B8. I'm going to coordinate the rooks in a different maneuver rather than playing the immediate king here. I decided that this was another alternative because, again, what can white do? B3. Of course, he could play queen here, but that isn't going to really stop my idea. I'm going to play rook B4 here anyway, and then I'm attacking A4, and he still has to play B3. So it's all about activity for black. So B3 is played, rook B4 anyway. Again, so if you take a close look at this position, it is black who has all of the play, and he still can put more pressure on H2 by getting the king off, getting the queen back here and over here. He could time a nice G3 move with some tactics, and the tactics are going to be there, and he still has control over the dark squares. This bishop is only fulfilling one job right now, and that's coverage over H2. So bishop e3, queen c8. I'm going ahead with the idea. Bishop, queen f2, king d7, bishop d2. I don't mind that. And this is I had a response for this move here. And at this point in time, the tactics kick off here now. Now is the time, g3. So you see this move g3, it's bringing in the rook over, and it's now, you see sometimes your own pieces get in your way. Because with the g pawn here, the rooks are uncoordinated. The knight wants to join in on the attack. So g3 is the tactic you want to play here. And so after bishop d2, I looked at that, g3. And this gives black a big advantage. I don't know what your, if you look over this game, you will see that white has at least a +3 advantage here, and I'm beating this GM here again. And he had offered me a draw, like I told you earlier, not in this position, a few moves earlier, because he realized that this guy came here to play chess, and of course I turned it down, because yes, I did come to play chess. Queen g3, and now the nice intermezzo, rook g4. Not the immediate rook h4, because rook h4 is still good, but I want to drive away the queen first, because he could play h3 here. But rook h4, rook g4 takes away that idea, because the queen has to go back to f2. And here I played queen h8, which is still winning, but this move is good too. But I want to bring the queen over. So more artillery is coming. So queen h8 is strong, and it's arguable. It's arguable if this is stronger or rook h5. But this is powerful. So I'm crushing here. Bishop f3. Okay, I saw this move and I wasn't worried. Now in this position, I had my time again. Time management was a big challenge for almost all of us top players. Because we it's not that we are perfectionists, but I think there's an art of chess that we still need to develop, and it's to get from just sheer calculation to a little bit more of intuition. Just appreciating that this position must be winning.
So,
because
one of the things when you are spoken about the change in over that period 09-10, if you notice, the use of clock was a significant weapon for me. I was never in time pressure at that time, because a lot of my work was on speed of calculation, intuition, and understanding the middle game positions of all the openings that I played. So suddenly, from when I started in Olympiad, where we were all under time pressure, to between 2008 and 12, where I had my opponent, whether they're GMs or IMs, they were under time pressure suddenly because of the work in calculation. You have to calculate quickly. You have to understand the structures that you play, and you have to have a feel for the position. So suddenly there was no more time pressure against those strong players, and because of that, it brought wins, and they started blundering in time pressures against me, as against the times when I was blundering against them.
Precisely, because nothing is more hurtful than to be conducting such a lovely game and on the brink of where you need to just convert, and it's not that your opponent beat you, it's a clock, and then it just destroys the game, it just takes it away.
So Shane,
and that is why.
So for young players in the audience, one of the things I strongly believe, I know they play all sorts of openings, but you need to specialize when you're young in specific things. So it has to be classical. It has to be the Sicilian, E5, or Cara, or French. I don't go past that, and then learn the structures. Within the openings, jump. So if it's against NC3, play both NF6 and BD4. If it's against knight D2, play knight F6 and C5. But learn the structures, learn all the middle game plans within those openings, and only then move ahead, because it will later on you'll have such a vast array of positions that you understand that it's now plan based. You don't need to calculate as much. And one of the things that players don't understand is that strong players calculate far less than lower rated players, because you have the intuition of what should be played, you understand the plans associated with the structure, so you play it, and suddenly you're not in those time pressure, and your results go up, because though you may be an 1800 player within this structure, you are 2200, or if you are a 2200 player within this structure, you are 24 or 25, and it's something that younger players need to understand, and it has to be in classical lines though, not in offbeat lines, because you want to learn typical positions and how to play them. You want to get a chance to play isolated pawns, hanging pawns, queen side majority, king side majority. You need to get the chance to play all of those structures in order to improve. So I'll never recommend going the path I went initially. The only good thing is that I jumped. So I went Alekhine to modern as a 12 and 1300 player. Actually, Alekhine I think was 1000 player. And therefore, it's only after I started learning the Sicilian and things like that did I start having the number of structures to understand chess. And I remember even Grandmaster Ashley saying to me when I was at FM, and I specialized in the four pawn and as the King's Indian, and he said that, yeah, Jay, you're good at the four pawn, and the man them not going to beat you in the four pawns. You're going to hold your draw. But can you beat them? In order to beat them, Jay, you have to learn more structures. You have to play the classical. Not because you like the classical, you might not like the classical, but guess what? You're going to learn way more structures, and though you may lose some game initially, your strength is going to improve, and out of that, I've been grandmasters with the white side of the classical. And if Ashley didn't say that to me when I was training, it would happen. I was a four pawn specialist, and anybody who know me know I score heavily with the four pawn, very heavily with the four pawn, but not against the 2400 players. 2200 and below, I have a huge plus score with the four pawn. But Ashley stopped me and said, Jay, too little structures. And as such, younger players, there's some openings that younger players just should shy away from, not because they're bad openings, but because they stop you from learning typical positions, from learning counter-attacking chess, from learning all of these things. And as such, as young players, e4, e5, e4, c5, you'll get away the French and Cara, but e5, c5, same with d5, and only e4 open Sicilians. If d4, play c4, not the trump, not the London. Leave that until you have mastered chess, because it's just too little structures for you. And that's one of the things I think that if the younger players understand quickly, we're going to get to the next level.
Correct. I mean, it's the same thing as mating patterns. The argument is the same as mating patterns. So once you can recognize the structures, you will know the basic ideas and the proper plan and in which you want to execute. And I use mating patterns as a simple way of getting my students to understand that.
Yeah.
Because you recognize, I mean, when you see a smothered mate, you see it as a tactic immediately, because you learned it. And once you learn that once, you're going to see it. But if you're seeing it for the first time, you're going to have to be literally calculating and working it out. Knight f2 check, knight h3 check, queen g1, right? But right away, you know it. Because you studied it. And
exactly. I agreed.
Yeah. So and then when you're able to better understand that, then you will more be able to manage your time a lot better as well.
Yep.
And as Coach Weisman, I made mention of his name earlier. He said it. Time is material.
Time is money. Time is money. There is no GM. As much as people talk about bullet, when the clock goes below that 5-minute mark in classical, they get nervous. When it goes below that 3-minute mark, they get agitated because they expect it to win, and suddenly their playing strength drops. It doesn't stay constant, and at that point, you have real good winning chances. Real good winning chances.
That's right. All right, so here in this position, white only had one move, bishop h2. Sorry, bishop. Oops, I didn't want to. Oh, I'm going through the game fast. Right after queen here, he has only one move here. Bishop f3. Right, and in this position here, again, I'm consuming time, and I'm looking to hope best to coordinate and get the knight into the attack. Now he has this square against two rooks here with the bishop, but really and truly it's pretense. He can't take this bishop at this rook at g4, because I will get knight g4 with a tempo and then rook h2, and I'm winning the queen or checkmate. And here it is that probably what black should play here is this move. And the idea is that he still can't take the rook because of the same explanation, knight g4 and rook h2 after that. And queen e2 is forced because when this rook goes over here, then he will have this move. But the idea is that in this position, I could now play e4. And e4 is in fact a winning move.
Yeah, e3 coming to, yeah.
Correct. Now I saw this e4 move. And unfortunately, I didn't play in this move order. Again, I looked at the idea of this position, and I said, okay, e4 immediately, because of course bishop can't take the rook. But there is something very different about it. Very different. Because after this move, right, and I'm looking, okay, you know what I should play here now? I can still play rook h3. I could still play rook h3. The drawback with this move is that he has this possibility here. But e3, and I'm still winning, because after this move.
Oh, I thought it was knight e4, but it's just rook g3.
I have a choice of either square, and he has no defense because knight e4.
Yeah,
and I saw this idea because the pawn here, and this is how the tactics are. But again, is at this stage in there, I needed the time to calculate. And so the game was full of tactics at this point in time. And so instead of playing rook h3 first, I went for this position. So e4, I played the e4 move immediately. So I'm still winning, bishop e2. And so I still had the opportunity of playing rook h3 as we just analyzed, but I went for e3. And this kind of took away a bit of my advantage. I'm still better here, but not as much as I would have been with the rook maneuvers, because this rook belongs at h3, because I'm not winning material here, and we're going to see why. Bishop e3, knight e4. Knight e4 is the one move, and that's the reason behind e4 and e3. And so you see, I'm conducting the game in a manner that, I'm trying to win the queen for the either the rook and the knight or the two rooks. But here it is, I'm going to get it for the rook and the knight. But I have also expended 2 pawns for it. And in so doing, I have given white a lot of defensive capabilities here now. Because his queen cannot move. Because the queen has no defense over h2. So his queen is lost. If you look at the position, the queen has no square to go and cover h2.
Yeah.
So this was what I played for with the e4 and e3 maneuver, but it is actually weaker to the other combination.
Hard to
because
see.
Here
he
just plays bishop takes rook. So I have to continue now with knight takes queen and rook takes, and now rook h4. But the advantage that I had before, which would have been like almost +4, has dropped to +2. It's gone to 2. It's dropped to 2 now. -2.
But sorry, man, people in the chat, this is why Shane is my favorite player. When you see this quality chess, it's amazing. It's just amazing. And for the youngsters who don't know who Shane Matthews is, this is the legend Shane Matthews. This is him. This is what chess is about. This is what Jamaica did in the early 2000s. You'll say Warren next week, you'll say Road the other week. And you're actually in a classroom, guys. You're being taught chess by the greatest that Jamaica has produced over the next couple weeks. Brilliant. The master of attack, the amazing, amazing endgame player, Shane Matthews. So continue, Shane. And I think that's Akeem. So if that's Akeem in the house, big up youngster. I expect great things from you. Definitely expect great things from you. I've said it openly to many players. I believe you are the future. So you need to deliver. Definitely need to deliver. So, you know.
So if you go back to this position, you see after G5, the kind of position that has arisen out of it. You know, G5, this is what really started it, you know. This is really what started it all. You know, getting this position here. So let's jump back. Let's roll forward. Right, so you know, man, I was really putting it to him, you know, with these moves here. E3, E4, E3.
The Grandmaster Dervishi.
He was suffering. He was suffering.
Yeah,
he
man.
was suffering.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I remember I was sweating, my brethren. Sweating.
Yeah. Rookie scorer. So I'm still thinking how I can convert this, you know, but it's hard. It's hard. And of course, there is still the time control to look up because we're at move 35 here. But I have to try to grab up some pawns there now to convert, you know. But the bishops are very, very tough to meet. Rook D3, Queen A1 check, King G2, Queen E5, H3, Bishop F6, Rook E2. So I grab this pawn and he pins here. I saw all this, but I said let me take the 2 pawns for the exchange. So it's a queen versus 2 rooks. It's boiled down after all the fireworks. It's boiled down to a queen versus 2 rooks because these bishops will trade. They're of the same color. Of course, I'm trying to still see if I can pick up some pawns and still convert, but it's hard. And I think here my best move here was C4, but I think maybe Bishop E5, just grabbing some space and reserving this move. Might have still kept a little edge, but it's hard to crack against 2 rooks. So I played C4 because I'm breaking up his pawn structure because I'm trying to grab a pawn so I can create a pass pawn. Bishop F2, I take. Obviously, he can't play rook takes because of the fork. So I grab the pawn at A4. He plays here, and now here. He has to swap. Bishop takes. He can't play the intermediate rook takes pawn because I will attack his rook and I could save him with the bishop. So queen check, and I defend the pawn. And just to tell the fans, I mean, at this point in time, I realize I can't win this. The computer has it as dead equal. I offered Mr. Dervishi a draw here, and of course he refused. But there's nothing for White to do. And then he offered a draw after I played A5. Because the queen, this pawn cannot cross. When he plays this, he has an absolute fortress. He has an absolute fortress, right? I mean, he's going to defend this pawn first. I'm just highlighting, you know, after this move, the pawn can't pass. This pawn can't progress, and he can't progress. It's very equal. And so the game drew. And I was, of course, happy to have drawn with a GM, but I was unhappy because, I mean, deep down, I was winning the game. I knew I was winning the game, and of course, a future analysis showed that. So, but nonetheless, an exciting game, and you know, I know the guys were proud and amazed at the game. You know, and I was quite happy with my performance.
I was extremely proud, and was very insightful for me, and I hope also for the audience is that you chose games as a vicious attacker as you were. You actually chose games which illustrated your endgame strength. And I tell my students,
because those were 2 mana piece endgames.
Yeah, man. And I tell my students that no attack wins. There's always a defense. No attack leads to mate. So therefore, your endgame better be good because the most you're getting out of the attack is a ruined pawn structure If you're lucky, you might get a pawn, but it's either a better minor piece, a ruined pawn structure, or a better king sort of position for the endgame. But it's all about the endgame. So it is really amazing to see that your two gamer choice were the games with endgames. My two gamer choice, because I know the magician and I know what I love seeing the magician, were these swashbuckle games. Because
Yes,
this is
yes.
what makes you the magician. I know you can play game, me and you analyze it now. But when it comes to Jamaican chess, there's one magician and we have to show the magic. We just have to show the magic. So Shane, before we wrap up, I have one last question for you, but let's remind everybody that next week Monday, 7 o'clock, will be Warren's time. So FM Warren Elliott will be sitting down and playing Blitz and drinking coffee with us.
Warren man, Warren
So
man.
anybody in the audience who hasn't followed us yet, follow to make sure you're notified as to when Warren will do the following week. Will be Row as we complete the top four, the basic dream team in Jamaican chess history over the next couple weeks. So Shane, what advice would you give to the youngsters? In your audience are all aspiring players, players who are looking to quickly surpass us, and I'm hoping they do. Players who, you have some older players who have hit a plateau and want to know you have already addressed the plateau. But for all those players in the audience who are highly motivated right now, they have seen the magician, they want to bring glory to Jamaica. What's your last words to them, Shane? What's your advice?
Um, I will put it this way here. Of course, I may mention earlier that you have to have the love for the game, and I'm sure we do because we wouldn't be here for what 4.5 hours if
Nearly
we didn't
five
love the
hours.
game.
Nearly 5 hours.
But that is one thing, and of course the hard work, and as I tell even my students, you are going to have moments where you feel disappointments, and I mean you have thrown a question to me, and when you feel as if you want to give up, there are times when a little you could always step back. You step back, and you can reassess, because this helps in all aspects of life, and I think is there a book called Reassess Your Chess?
Yes, there is. Silma,
There
yeah.
is. Okay, yeah, okay, but at the end of the day, you have to also be self-critical, and this is what I think Reassess Your Chess is also highlighting, because we are not perfectionists, and if you consider yourself a perfectionist, you are going to lose a lot of games. And I tell you why, because as a perfectionists are going to be calculating, calculating, calculating,
And
and it's not
burning
so.
time. Burning time.
You exactly, you have to be able to. There has to be a kind of harmony, a natural mixing of the two, of calculating ability, as well as just being intuitive and just recognizing that, okay, this position, I mean, ought to be, where of course you're going to be calculating, because all it takes is one little intermezzo to throw a whole variation that you thought you had calculated right through. But of course, yes, so calculation, we can't downplay calculation, but there has to also be that factor where you can be able to be intuitive, and that is probably even harder to master than um, calculating skill, you know. And so it's going to take hard work, and if you can do the work, and it's not about just taking up 50 puzzles and solving 50 puzzles, because it also wants to be done in a structured way. I got a puzzle book from an author from a Russian author, and the puzzles are so structured that it is focusing on various themes at a time, you know, and it dictates that you should try to solve these puzzles before moving on to another set of puzzles. So it is suggested that you do things within a certain coherent sequence. something that is has been recommended, and I suppose coming out of the Russian school of chess. But your coaches are going to be giving you guidance according to this as best as they know how, and there is no one solution to all individuals. Everybody is also unique in their own personality, how you play, because one player may be considered positional, another player may be just all about tactics, attack, 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 and then so if you are tactical, then we have to focus on your positional skill. You see where I'm going? So that we have to pick up and reassess your chess and see what best works for you, where it is that you are deficient in. And so we have to be self-critical, and this is a hard thing because not everybody is likes that. And I highlight that too because sometimes when you're in the group, a lot of us like to show us our success. We like to see our victories, but not everybody shows their losses and goes through. Because that Avenciba game, it shows a lot of where I went wrong, and there's something significant to learn from how you went wrong, and so it calls also for a level of maturity,
And humility.
and humility. There you go. Because I was not one to boast. I was not one to boast. I was also a very quiet person, and I would and try to learn more and listen more than speak more. I wasn't a talker, but sometimes you step back and you have to reassess your chess and you have to be self-critical because you have to look at the positions of where you lost, and then ask, why did you lose this game? What is the particular structure? Because I remember when Warren just came out and was developing through, and I had a hard time against there's a close setup in the Sicilian that I was having a little challenge with. And I decided I was going to review some games, and not just recent games, because you look at some old games, because sometimes the older games carry some ideas from way back that new game, that some of the later games may not highlight because they expect you that
And fashion
you're reviewing it,
sometimes
so you must know the
changes
history.
and yeah.
But it's not always explained. It's not all explained. And there was a game from who knows. I mean, half of the audience here probably doesn't know the name Walter Brown.
Yeah.
Grandmaster Walter Brown was
Every
an
Nadal
expert in
player should know him.
Nadal.
When I did the
Yeah.
Nadal, I studied every
Hmm.
Walter Brown game. When I did the Nadal, you have to know
There you go.
have to know Walter Brown. If you play Nadal, if you're a Nadal player and don't know Walter Brown, you're not yet a Nadal player.
Precisely. And I want, but not just the Nadal. I wanted to see how the structures that he went into against some of these sidelines against yes, exactly, and I picked up on that and I started to study that, and this is what you have to do: reassess your chess. And so it calls for that kind of thing, and so you put in the work when you do that. So it's all about humility and self-critique, and then you go into to that. You lift yourself up out of a different. Believe you me, the sky is the limit when you are able to do that and make that effort, that step. And I mean, you can have the greatest coach in the world, but the player has to do the work. Because I mean, you come across students who may just insist on doing the same thing over and over, and breaking a bad habit can be the hardest thing for a coach. And you have to get the player to recognize that, yeah, this is something that you have to just kick this bad habit. Just downright get rid of this. Stop doing that. Stop playing H3 on the third move there because you're afraid of knight G4 or knight G5. Right, Khalil? But yes, this is what we have to do.
Wow.
That's it in a nutshell.
Right, the legend who is Shane Matthews, the living legend of Jamaican chess, the magician. Shane, I want to thank you. You have imparted so much knowledge on us. I have learned a thing or two,
Mhm.
and I've known you for more than 20 years, my friend. And the
Mhm.
young members of our audience, I really hope that you have learned, because we expect a lot from you. We expect the next Jamaican Grandmaster. That's if we don't come back in and do it before you. So it might just be a race. But we expect this
We're
of
on our
you.
way.
Yeah, we expect this of you. And as such, I have arranged this series over the next couple months where we'll be looking, talking to the legends, and allowing them to impart their knowledge on you. Next week, we have FIDE Master Warren Elliott. And for
Excellent.
all of
Excellent.
you, I'd ask you, do you know that Warren learned German to win a game? Did he win it? Who did he learn German to play? These are the questions that we're going to come and hear next week. He actually learned German to try to win a game. How many of you have learned a foreign language to do that? This is what we talk about. Shane talks about putting in the extra effort, putting in that. How did Warren make it to his first Olympiad? We didn't have sponsorship at that time. We didn't have JCF paying for us. What did this young teenager do to reach his first Olympiad? These are the questions that will be answered next week. These are the things as we go down Jamaican chess history, as we learned what our forefathers did. What was it? What was chess like? You heard names like Thomas Figueroa tonight. You heard that Sheldon Wong won a brilliant surprise at World Juniors. You heard all of these things. Some of you didn't know this. Some of you didn't know this. You saw how many GM Shane played and got points off. You may know the magician, but did you know the quality chess? Did you know what Jamaica had in him? These are the things. And I thank you, the living legend, Shane Matthews. I thank the
Mhm.
audience. It has been 5 hours, and a number of you started at the beginning. And this shows, Shane, how much respect we all have for you. And the fact that I chose you, Shane, or rather,
Mhm.
you being yourself, made it impossible for you not to be the first person that I had on this interview. I
Mhm.
thank you, Shane. And
Well,
from
thank you.
all
The
of
pleasure
us,
is mine too.
yeah, from all of us, you have done us well by teaching us over these last couple years, and just for Jamaican chess, we thank you. All right, so sorry.
Yes.
Any last word, Shane?
Uh, no, you summed it up pretty well, and just saying thanks for the time out. I never expect to be here so long, but it's absolutely my pleasure, and I hope everybody, especially the younger students here, has picked up on something, learned something,
Yeah. So what?
you know.
It will be up on Twitch, so so coaches, send your students to watch it. Shane, I'm going to start a YouTube channel, so this will be the first one that will go up on it, just to make sure for posterity, and quite frankly that all Jamaicans can come and see Shane Matters, hear your thoughts, hear everything. So coaches, direct your students to watch it. It will be there on Twitch and it will be there on YouTube. Shane, thank you. Spectators, thank you. We had a lot of fun drinking coffee and playing Blitz. Until next week, well, tomorrow we have PCI playing a team from Honduras at 8 o'clock. So you are free to come. You will
Oh,
have me
okay.
commentating, and I'll have a guest. So we'll leave that surprise, and we'll just sit, watch, and enjoy PCI trying to beat the team from Ecuador. Until next Monday, though, for Mondays with PCI, when we'll have FIDE Master Warren Elliott. This is International Master Jomo Peterson from PCI. Thanking you for being here and thanking Shane. Until next week.